Okay. What's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. Let's make sure this Wi-Fi is off and the landline is kicked in. I think we're good. Sorry about that. I was just about to do that before I started the show, but I hit the button too fast. You know, sometimes that's how it is. Anyway, salute to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Happy Saturday as usual. Let's see. Let me just double check, make sure the audio is straight in real time, in real life. Okay, it is. All right. So, once again, happy Saturday to everybody. Glad everybody could be here. Thankful that everybody was able to wake up today, just like I am thankful to be here. And my family and all my loved ones and friends are okay. The weather is fall like. That's what it is. Let's see what we got going on today. Today, folks, it is a high of 55 degrees, currently feeling like 53. And that's New York weather for those who may not know. Yeah, not too bad. Partially cloudy, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It's that time. We here, folks. We've been Mother Nature's helped us hold it off for long enough. We here now. It is what it is. The only bad thing for me, I wasn't sure if I was gonna wear my Still Knicks fans jacket or my hoodie, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna look crazy wearing a jacket right now. I mean, maybe if this was the temperature was a little different. So wearing the hoodie, I mean, I normally would wear the hoodie anyway, depending on how it feels in here, but our boiler broke down, and so getting a new boiler in the building here. So got to wait for that. That might be a couple days. It's going to be a little colder, like lows of 35 in the nighttime, but that's actually not as bad, thankfully. I mean, because this could have happened in the dead of winter. So I'm happy that it happens now, because in the dead of winter, it would have been rough in here, man. Been out here looking like the Cramdens, pins and needles, needles and pins. I've been wearing gloves and eating celery sticks. Can't pay the $5. No. Anyway, hope everybody's doing well. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate y'all. Walter Blackman in the building as always. Appreciate you, my brother. Salute to you. He said good morning to Ron and the panel. I finally got my house fixed. Let's go, Walter. That's what I'm talking about. Where is it? Where is it? Yes. Let's go, Walter. Yes. Great news, Walter. I'm happy for you, man. Thankfully. Yeah, no more issues, man. You got to be smooth sailing. At least for a few years, until the city comes and tells you that somebody opened up a pipe on the sidewalk and it's your responsibility because it's on your side. No, but anyway, wishing you the best, my brother. That's great. Good news. I'm happy to hear it. All right. Let's see. Ivory 10 is in the building. Salute, Ivory 10. Appreciate you. He says Mitch has been Mitch all along. There's no turnaround for him. Instead of boxing out and letting teammates grab defensive rebounds, now he's just doing it himself. My man, do your thing, Mitch. Okay, Ivory. Let's see. We'll take a look at that. Let's see if you are correct. Double A in the building. Salute. He said, Don Ron, salute my brother. Prayers and blessings to you and yours. Your RJ prediction looks like it's coming to fruition. I kind of figured Julius was still hurting. Leave it to Tibbs to still ruin him. I mean, to still run him. Well, and ruin him too. No, but yeah, sometimes, we'll talk about it. But coaches, they let these players become their own worst enemies. You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk about it. Boy, whatever. But I'm glad he's looking better now. But I hear you though. Well, we'll see. It's still early for RJ, but I'm feeling good about it. I am feeling good about it. So we'll see. Boulevard, bully in the building. What's going on, Boulevard 73? He says, salute, peace, Ron. Shout out to the chat. Let's go. What's good, my brother? Yeah, shout out to Boulevard, one half of the 718 boys, him and Corey Lee. So please, if you haven't already, check out their show Sundays at 10 a.m. on the Blorange Tears Network. Show some love, support their show. Look at that. There you go. The other half of the 718 boys, Corey Lee in the building. That's right. Once again, tomorrow, 10 a.m., 718 boys on the Blorange Tears Network. Show them some love. Give them a like, man. You know what I mean? Sherwin is in the building. Good day to you, sir. He said, good morning, everyone. RJ Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, and Julius Randle are what they are. They are good players. I need Grimes to be more aggressive. I need 10 shots in 10 shots a game for Grimes. I hear you on that. I see. I like Sherwin because Sherwin just sticks to exactly what the issue is in his mind of what we need to deal with. I don't care about nothing else. This is what we need to deal with. Because you know what? That other stuff, give it time, it'll be fine. Sherwin knew that Julius and Mitch and RJ would be fine. He's worried about the stuff that we haven't seen come to fruition yet. I hear you, Sherwin. I hear you. I can appreciate that. And he says, I want fewer shots for Brunson and more assists. I'm with that too. But I do want to tell you guys something because this Brunson stuff is getting crazy. Brunson taking 30 shots the other day. Was it unnecessary? Well, it was necessary because we were losing and nobody else was really scoring. Could he have passed the ball to somebody else? Yes, he could have. But in that particular game, there was only one other guy who was hot, and that was Quentin Grimes. Should he have given the ball to Quentin Grimes? Yes, he might have tried to do that more in that game. But a lot of guys were shooting bad in that game. Just throwing that out there because if you go back to that box score, a lot of guys were not shooting well. And then, so I took a look and I said, you know what? I said, let's go take a look. And if you go back to the 2022-23 season last year, Jalen Brunson had about 6 or 7 games where he took 30 shots or more. Now, he was super helpful to the team, and we won most of those games. And not a lot of people were complaining about the fact that he took so many shots then. I'm just throwing that out there. And then he had a bunch of moments throughout the season. I mean, a bunch of moments where he was super efficient. You know what I mean? Scoring 38 points on 21 shots. Scoring 40 points on 22 shots. And having 11 assists when he scored 38. Having 7 assists when he scored the 40. So I'm just saying, guys, don't go too crazy on Brunson. Just give him some time. Yes, maybe he's in a little bit of a different mindset coming into this season because he got snubbed at being an all-star last year. That maybe that's a personal achievement. Maybe he's looking towards that. I don't know. But what I do know is he looks a little different to start this season. He hasn't been as consistent with his shot. He's struggling on the gimmies that he normally would hit. But let's just keep in mind one of these things. When I talk about Brunson last year, I was talking about how remarkable it is that he's so efficient being so short, right? What happened this year? Now they're putting taller guys on him. So that shortness that he has is now it's a factor. So you can't be too mad at the fact that now he's struggling to get some of these shots off on taller defenders. And so his efficiency is not at the same clip right now. Give it time. I'm sure Brunson is going to be fine. He may not be as efficient as he was last year. I think he was hovering around 50%. He usually hovers around 50%, 48 to 50 from the field. Maybe he takes a little bit of a dip this year. Maybe he hovers around 46%. That's still great, guys. The league average is like what, 44? 46 is good. I mean, I shouldn't say great. 46 is good. And if he's around 47 or 48, then that's great for a 6'1" point guard. So I'm just saying, let's give it some time. Let's see how it shakes out. Hey, Morning Brew Sports is in the building. What's good? The whole network, man. Love to everybody. Phil, Jiggaman, Hector, the guy Jerry Ferreira, and everything you guys are doing over there. Salutes. Definitely supporting the show. You guys you've been cranking out really great guests. You just had my man Jay Ellis on yesterday. My man Jay Ellis, and you had Lee, and I think maybe you had Ryan too, but Ryan left early because I missed him because I joined the show late. So shout out to you having the whole Nick of Time crew over there. That's dope. And I appreciate you guys as always, man. Go like, comment, subscribe, show them some love. And listen, I might have to start a new campaign, right? Now I'm not saying I'm the most influential person in the world, but I think we've helped a couple people. I think because just like Sim and shout out to Uncle Freezy from Blorange Tears. Gave us a huge lift and a huge help when we were trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, right? Showed us incredible amounts of love. And so we tried to do the same thing with For the Love of the Game and Hard Will. They were already on the road to 1,000 subscribers. They were at 7 something, almost 800. And then that thing happened with their channel. Their channel got, hacked or whatever. Not hacked. Yeah, I think it was something happened with the channel. I remember, but wasn't their fault. Oh yeah, somebody did something. That illegal stuff started popping up. People coming into the chat and stuff, and they got dinged for that, and they lost their channel, and they had to come back from scratch. And during that time, we tried to kind of really put a light and focus on their channel to help them get. Not that we did anything, but to help them get quicker back to being at 1,000. And so the same thing with Divine and Sha Money, which was criminal to me because I'm watching that show and enjoying the content and enjoying the positivity. And I'm like, why are these guys still sitting in the 700s at the same number for all this time? It's ridiculous. Like, people should support the show. And we started to try to, shed some more light on that. And now they're at 1,000 subscribers and stuff. But my whole point is, we shouldn't have to do anything. People in the Nick community love these shows, love these guys. And why are they not supporting and hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button? That's all it takes, man. So I know you watch. So all we need you to do is just, make YouTube understand that you watch and hit that button. So in this case, I'm bringing it up because, like I said, Uncle Freezy and Sim and, others were really Freezy and Sim paid it forward to us. And we are trying to pay it forward to others whenever we can. And in this case, this is a little different because these guys don't need your subscribers. I mean, who don't need subscribers, right? They got the subscribers. What they need is the viewership, guys. I can't tell you how it doesn't make sense to me that I can watch a sports network of our people. You know what I mean? And when I say our people, it's not about black, it's not white. It's our people, the Nick community, our people. Put out content over and over and over that is good. Go out there and try to figure out, how can I put a better show on for you? You already see their show. They put graphics together. The illustrations are nice. The content is nice. The conversation is nice. And not only that, what do? They bring in special guests. You know how hard it is to bring in a guest every week? One guest. You know how hard it is to bring in 2 guests? Sometimes 3 guests? These guys consistently and constantly continue to do the work. Not only that, but they have a great relationship with a guy named Jerry Ferreira. You might have remembered him from Entourage, Turtle, from the show Power. That was a hit cult show. Well, I say cult show, but it's bigger than a cult show on Stars, playing the role of Proctor, right? You've seen him in Think Like a Man. You've seen him in a bunch of stuff, right? They're close friends with him. They get him on the show. They have a constant back and forth. Now he becomes a staple on the show. You know what I mean? Not everybody can do this stuff, folks. What I'm trying to tell you is not everybody can do this stuff. Not everybody can pull this off. They've done that. Then, as I said, how hard it is to get guests every week. And then they're getting multiple guests. And now they're giving you John Starks. You know what I mean? They're giving you John Starks. They're giving you the Ian Begleys of the world. They're giving you the people that you want to hear from. And you're not supporting the show. You're not viewing the show. There's no way that I'm watching this Stark show and I'm not seeing, hundreds of viewers in the chat watching this show. It's John Starks, the beloved John Starks, one of our favorites. So all I'm saying is, I know you guys subscribe. I know you guys like when you watch. Where are your viewership? Where is everybody viewing these shows? Get those viewers up for Morning Brew Sports, man. Come on, let's go, guys. It's ridiculous to me. They do a great job, and there's a lot of oh, I'm not gonna go there. Sorry, I almost went there. You're not gonna catch me. I'm just saying the community is big, and not everybody does it the way they do it. Okay, so support the shows that give you what you want to see, because other shows may not give you what you want to see, and you support them. And that's not a knock on anybody who people might think. No. This show has this community has a pecking order. We all know that. I mean, really, when you think about it, it's KnicksFanTv, it's Nothing But Knicks, and it's Nick of Time show. It's God damn it, why am I blanking now? Holy crap. What the hell is my memory is such trash these days. The show with Macri. God damn it. Okay, whatever. You guys know what I'm saying. Like, it's that show. What the hell? I gotta cheat, guys. My memory is so trash. Let me look at my cheat sheet. Hold on. You know how I like to give it up and I support, because I got a cheat sheet. Bam. It is what? Am I chirping? Oh, and I don't have the name. I got the logo. You got to be kidding me. I'm rotten, bro. It killed me. My memory, I got to look at the chat. My memory is trash. What happened to me? Oh, no. Knicks Film School. Thank you. What is wrong with me? I need some more coffee. God damn. Yes. Knicks Film School, right? And those are like the top players, right? Those are the top players that we've been used to for years. And then it's the rest of us just trying to get along and do what we got to do and support the community and be able to talk Knicks and enjoy. So, like, it's not like there's not enough viewers to go around. There's people to go around. Everybody needs to support everybody's show. But for right now, guys, if you like Morning Brew Sports, please show them some love. View that content. Show them some love, man. All right, I'm off my high horse. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I had to get that out. Okay, now where was I? Sorry. Corey Lee. Hey, my guy. What up, twin? Kareem Grant is in the building. Salute. What's good? Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's doing well. I think I commented on it before, but if not, I don't know. I hope no, I did comment on it, so forget it. I was about to say something about your daughter's dance or something, and I forgot what it was. But I think I already commented a while ago, so forget that. But I hope everything's going well on the family front as well. Let's see. Pudge in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Will Salkin, my guy. Hope you're doing well, bro. Good to see you. Gideon Amankwa G Money in the building. What up? Animal Lex is here. Salute. He said, question, is there another coach running the same system Tibbs runs with the Knicks? That's a loaded question, Animal Lex. Let me see if I'm going to start. We'll see if we can come back to it. Because technically, I don't do this. I don't break down stuff as well as other people. Like I watch the game, I watch certain things, but there's other people that look at the X's and O's, look at how people are running sets. I'm not as good at that type of stuff. I make no qualms about it. It is what it is. But I do know that from conversations we've had in the past from said guys breaking stuff down, that Tibbs' system is very similar to what most of the coaches in the NBA run. They just have deviations of the system. Like, it's a base system that a lot of coaches run with the same type of pick and roll schemes and these things, but they add to it, right? They got their own little wrinkles. It's just like the Golden State Warriors are running the same system that Tibbs is running. However, they've instituted more triangle stuff in the system. Not that Tibbs has some stuff in there too. You just don't see it all the time, but he has some stuff. They do more of it, right? And then they add a little more wrinkles, and they have more ball movement, and they're also willing passers. So it's funny that a lot of people run the same type of stuff. It just deviates a little bit. And it's also about your personnel, how they run it, what they're willing to do, stuff like that. Shout out to my guy, Mega. What's good? Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well, as always. Ron Sarmiento in the building, man. Let me tell you something. I had some eggs today with some turkey sausage. No, turkey bacon. The only thing I was missing was my Ron Sarmiento cheese, man. Because, when I need cheese and I want high quality, I go to Sarmiento. No. All right. I'm just saying that could be a commercial for you, Ron. Just think about it. I don't know if your family's into the cheese thing, but if you do decide to get into it, hey, break a brother off. I'm just saying I could do the commercials. I'll do the voiceover. Sarmiento cheese. Look, just think about it. Talk to me. Whoa, damn, where you been, brother? May 4th is in the building. What up, bro? Where you been? I hope everything's good with you, man. I haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you, bro. Boogie Down BX is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Staffa Don, Morfire, Rhythm Beats, Bo is in the building, folks. What's going on, Staffa? RD Barn is in the building. Salute. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in the chat in a minute either. It's good to see people popping up that I haven't seen in a little while. Hold on. Now, I've seen you before as well. I'm just trying to make sure I say the name right. Inside Source. What am I, dummy? Like, I couldn't, come on, man. What's going on, Inside Source? I'm not going to lie to you. This is probably the first time I actually read that right. I've seen your name in the past. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate you. And I've never said this right. I could never see it. I don't know, but it's so apparent to me, right? It says Inside Source. Why am I missing that? Old eyes, man. Don't blame me. Look, I've been here for a little minute. It is what it is. Salute to you, man. Good to see you. I can't believe I'm gonna chuckle over that later. I'm like, this is the first time I said that right. Inside Source. It's crazy. Wiz is in the building. Wiz BKLA. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He said, salute, Ron. I agree that Brunson's 30-shot game was more necessity than selfishness. Yeah. I think it was necessity. I think he saw what was going on. And just like he was trying to keep us in the game and do what he could. Did he get a little caught up in the back and forth doing that? Yes, because I will say that I agree with everybody who feels that way. Grimes should have got the ball. He was hot. And, when you get Grimes hot and he's willing to shoot, you got to take advantage of that because Grimes don't always give you that trigger like, oh, he's on today. You got to give him that ball because that's when he's in. And that's when he's super aggressive. When he knows he got the shot flowing. Yeah, the Knicks got to know their guys, their personnel. It's the coaches got to know, and the players on the court got to know, oh, Grimes is hot today. I got to feed Grimes because Grimes don't always look for it. It's just that's it. It's simple as that. Nothing else to talk about. And everybody on that team should know it. Even Julius Randle, because at the time, Julius Randle on that court that night did not look like he wanted to hear anything. So I'm just saying, don't think that don't matter because I think that has a lot to do with why Jalen Brunson might give the ball to Julius when he should have been passing it to Quentin Grimes. Just saying. Okay, whatever. Sherwin says, I was complaining. I want my point guard or my best ball handler to make his teammates better. Brunson is not an all-star in the East right now. I know you didn't add that right now. I'm adding it for you, Sherwin, right now. Because let me tell you something. It is game, number 8 or game 7? It's game number 8, I think. Whatever. Yeah, 4-4. 8 games, 82-game season. All I want you guys to say when you're doing your own personal analysis of the team and looking at them, make it so that it's open-ended. Don't close the book on the story because this is a chapter. This is a couple pages in the book. the book is not over. The book ain't over until we get to the 82nd game of the regular season, and then we get the extended edition, which is the playoffs, hopefully. So just leave the book open, is what I'm saying. When you make certain statements, you close it off, and there's no room for growth, because Jalen Brunson could take the next 30 games and go crazy and average 8 or 9 assists and score 25 points per game. And then what are you going to say? Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, because what can you say? Leave the book open. That's all I'm trying to say. Leave the book open. Let's see. Hey, Organic Fanatics is in the building. Salute to you guys, all of y'all, man. Appreciate you guys as always. Please support, like, comment, and subscribe to their podcast if you haven't already. It's a fun time. I know you always have the moments where you're at the barbershop, you see that barbershop kind of conversation, or just being around the the homies or your brothers, and maybe that's how your family gets down. I know that's how their family gets down. Really fun. It's exciting, and they could just conversate, and they go crazy, but it's passion. It's Nick passion, you know what I mean? But they love each other, so it's cool to watch. So shout out to them. DJ Cash. Whoa, man, I'm seeing some names today. What up? DJ Cash in the building. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. And please, everybody, smash that like button if you can for the show. Show your love, because YouTube's on my back. For real, man. YouTube is wilding with it. Salute to everybody. Kerry Cox is in the building. What's good, Kerry? Good to see you. Dwayne Dennis is in the building. Salute. What's good, Dwayne? Hope you're doing well. JJ is in the building. Salute. What's good, JJ? Shout out to my guy Double A, man. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, smooth hoodie, Ron. God bless. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. I definitely appreciate this. This was actually it was a promo. Yeah, promo. We went into a deal with a company that was doing some basketball NBA apparel, and they had sent me this Nick hoodie, and we were doing a promo agreement with them. But unfortunately, with so many companies that try their hand at doing promotional things, they ran into some issues. And so, but I got a hoodie out of it. So it is what it is. Let's see. Let me see. I got everybody here. Hey, what's good, my guy? Rich Cologne, man, what's going on? He's tuning in on Facebook. I appreciate you, my brother. This is, a childhood friend of mine, man. Kind of one of my it's weird because I grew up knowing him through his younger brother, and we've been cool ever since. And then then I started to have a little bit more of a relationship with him because he's been such a cool guy. He gave me one of my first I've had a lot of jobs, but he did get, probably, let's just say he gave me one of my first jobs. Really dope, man, and kind of taught me some stuff through that, because at that time that I had that job, I was a knucklehead. So you know what I mean? I learned some stuff from that whole experience and situation. And we've been close. I mean, I've been to his house for family gatherings and parties and stuff. And, some of them things, if you guys ever watch Vibes, and I'm talking about like Always and Forever, I used to hear that joint at those parties. So shout out to you, Rich. Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Let me see. Who we got? Amani the Great from Minneapolis is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Dunross Gallman is here. I'm gonna get through a couple more guys, and then we'll get the show. Like, we'll start talking and chopping it up with some stuff. Dunross is in the building. Salute. DJ Cash 1984, once again, appreciate you, my brother. I know I said it earlier, but I'm just seeing your name again, so I want to give you another shout out. I got somebody else in here. I was feeling good about it, man. I was like, damn, do I have to turn on my subscriber thing? I was like, I guess I do. I'm gonna have to turn that on for the silliness. At least it's not too bad, but just silliness. Willian is in the yeah, yeah. Thanks, Willian. Appreciate that. All the way from Brazil. He was like Knicks Film School. Yeah, I couldn't remember that for the life of me, man. Thank you, bro. Yeah. Uh yeah. No, that's not the one I was thinking of, May 4th, but I appreciate you throwing that out there. Hey, Margaret Edwards is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Keith Turner is in the building. What's good? Salute. Let's see. Anthony 212 is in the building. Yep. Mm-hmm. That was it. That's the one I was thinking of. Hey, all right. He said, got a fresh pot of fresh Spanish beans and pimping some pork chops with the. Oh, man. I hear that, Playboy. That sounds delicious. I like that. Vaughn Allen in the building. Shout out to Vaughn. Appreciate you. One of the members of SKF. Salute to you. Also, shout out to Boulevard as well, one of the members of SKF. And by all means, guys, please support the channel if you can, if you want to. It's up to you. No pressure. But we definitely love the support. If you want to become a member of the show, we thank you. Right here, as you can see, we got different membership levels: $1.99, $4.99, $9.99 per month. If you want to support the show, we appreciate it, man. Thank you. All you have to do is click that join button on your YouTube screen, as you can see the show, if that's what you want to do. But if not, that's okay. You're welcome to do whatever you want. If you want to support the show by super chats, you're welcome to do that. If you want to support the show by Cash Apps, you're welcome to do that. We also have a Patreon. I don't promote the Patreon as much because I don't have a lot of exclusive content for Patreon members right now. I would love to do more on that end. But I just have to think, like, I want to think of a good way to give guys exclusive content that support Patreon. So right now I'm not really plugging that, but it's there, but you can ignore it. But like I said, if you want to do Cash App, that's available to you. If you want to do a super chat, that's available. Or if you just want to be a member, $1.99, $4.99, $9.99, whatever, it doesn't matter. If that's what you want to do to contribute to the show, we appreciate it here. Thank you. So back to where I was. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll get through this stuff. I'm getting there, guys. I know. I'm getting there. But I just want to take some time because, I've been really busy lately with the different shows and sometimes the content, or if we're talking to somebody and maybe I don't get a chance to really shout out everybody in the chat. You guys have been loyal and subscribed and always, putting information out there. So I want to take the time to acknowledge a lot of y'all today, if I can. So bear with me. I apologize. Like I said, I'll get right to the content in a couple minutes. Quiet Money is in the building. Salute, Quiet Money. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Jersey Shore is in the building. Let's go, Jersey Shore. Fist pump, fist pump, fist pump. Let's go. Appreciate you. Yes, it is way too early to talk about Cam Sarmiento. I'm not messing with this dude. This guy had one good game, and then they're interviewing LeBron like, oh, I always knew. We knew what Cam could do. I don't want to hear nothing. Nothing. I'm like Bernie Mac. Nothing. I don't want to hear nothing right now. Not yet. Let's give Cam some more time, right? Have we seen Cam do good things in the NBA before? Yes. Okay. So this is nothing new. Let's give Cam more time and see if he can be consistent with it. See if he can keep it going. See if he avoids getting hurt and then backtracking and losing all of the momentum that he's created. Let's give Cam some time. 82 game season. I'm not downplaying Cam. I'm just not ready to talk about him. Sorry. But shout out to Cam. D Cooler 718 is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Bo Ismail is here. Salute, Bo Ismail. What's good? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Hey, oh man, Glamour Knicks is in the building. She's back like she never left. What's going on, Glamour Knicks? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, supporting the show. Oh man, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, see, I don't know what's going on, but I really love the fact that maybe it's because the Knicks season is started and people kind of getting back into the swing. I love seeing everybody come back, the names I'm used to seeing from before that have been rocking with the show. So I'm glad to see everybody starting to come back into the fold. Good to see y'all, man. And please, if anybody new is in the chat and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the show, man. I think you'll like it. I think it's a cool little show. And hit that like button if you haven't already. You know what I mean? We could always use the support. It looks like this. There you go. So please show some love for the show. Okay. Thank you once again, Glamour Knicks. Who else we got here? Craig is in the building. What's going on? Salute. Appreciate you. Oh, you're a funny guy, Wiz. Yeah. That's what I tell myself. I used to be. You know, I'm better now. You know what I mean? I'm more mature. Shaw Powers in the building, one half of the Knicks Real Talk show with Divine and Shaw Powers. Salute to you, brothers. As always, salute to you, Shaw. Please show them some love. Knicks Real Talk on YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, man. There you go. Thank you for the. See, that's an even better explanation too. Shout out to Sherwin. Going back to the offensive sets, Sherwin says the Golden State system is a motion triangle. The Knicks run the same system except we have isolation players. There you go. So, I mean, and that's like a lot of the NBA. A lot of it starts, the base is the same type of system. It's just deviations because that's how you play basketball. That system is in place for a reason. It's just how it branches off with the trees, with the levels of it, and also the personnel. Like to Sherwin's point, like they got a lot of motion players, like they and willing passers too. But they got a lot of motion players over there in Golden State, and Knicks got a lot of isolation players. So it looks different when we do stuff over here. And when we've tried to, I mean, we're trying to do a little bit more motion type stuff now. At least they're definitely passing the ball more. But you know, guys have their skill sets, and it's always going to be there. Okay. All right. Let me breeze through the rest of this. Okay. Hey, my guy, Lion of Judah. Shalom, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. He said, Shabbat Shalom, my brother Ron, and blessings. I hope all is well with your family and yourself. Grand Rising. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you as always. Visions is in the building. Nah, man, I wish. Maybe in my own time. In my own mind, I am, though. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. Man, I'm all chuckles today. I'm all cracked up. I'm in a good mood. And cracked up, guys, meaning funny, not cracked out. That's a different thing. Man, I can't stop. Somebody stop me. I can't stop. I don't know. What the hell's going on today? Maybe something in this coffee. The morning cup of Joe or Joanne. You know how we do. Rome from Far Rock in the building. Salute. What's good, Rome? Appreciate you. All right. Okay. Drip Moore, the preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, is in the building. Let's go. Let's go, Drip Moore. What's going on, man? Please support Drip Moore and his YouTube channel. You know, go like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And if you're ever in the area where Drip Moore is, get yourself a cut, man. You want to look fly too. Why not? Be that fly looking Knicks fan. Let's go. Okay, guys. I think I'm getting to the end of shouting out everybody. Let me make sure Oh man. Okay, I done did that. Oh, one more. Shout out to David Lee. Appreciate you. I mean, David Smith. I'm looking at Corey Lee and I'm seeing David Smith. I'll put y'all together. Pause. Anyway, shout out to David Smith. Appreciate you. Knicks look like a good team. If they stay healthy, they have a second round ceiling, still not championship caliber. That's fair. I agree with you, David Smith. Right now, that's what they look like. And there's nothing wrong with what you said. And every Knicks fan should understand that that might be the case. They can improve and overachieve and do some things like Miami did last year. Nobody expected Miami to the way they started the season and kind of finished going into the playoffs. Nobody expected them to have that type of run. Anything can happen. So the Knicks can overachieve, and who knows, maybe make it to a third round. Who knows where that can go? But a lot of things have to work out first. But right now, just looking at them for what they are, it looks like they are a second round type team. I can agree with that. Thank you, Bo. I know. Appreciate you. Hey, wait. What did I see before? Was that not Heck? I don't know. Shout out to Heck. I know this is Heck because I know what he says. What it do, brother? Appreciate you, Heck. Yeah, I think I thought I was shouting out all of y'all earlier when I went into this whole diatribe about Morning Brew Sports and how we should support the show. But appreciate you, brother. And if you have a chance, later maybe rewind the show. I don't know, chop that clip up, send it out to the fan base, and let them know that Ron said support the damn show. It's not just about likes and comments and subscription. It's about viewership, tuning in. Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Tell your mommy, tell your poppy, tell your grandma. You know what I mean? Go call Nana. Listen, Morning Brew Sports is on. Viewership is what they need, guys. The viewers need to come out. Show love. All right. X Productions in the building. Salute to you. Appreciate you. He says they still need that backup for Randle. Suppose he gets hurt and is out in games. Who's going to fill his spot? Hart. Yeah, no, 100%. X Productions. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, that's 100% true. They gotta have some type of solid backup. They can't keep running out here like this, in my opinion. Now, we can't argue too much because if Julius plays the way Julius plays, is looking good. But you're right. If something happens to Julius, you can't just keep playing with fire. You know what I mean? You need to have an adequate backup. So we'll see. Paris Duggan in the building. Salute. What's good? He says, we are Randle efforts away from being a juggernaut. You know what? That's not crazy to say, Parrish. Listen, if Randle comes out and plays the way he's been playing these past two games, and RJ is giving you that same consistency, Mitch is giving you the consistency he's been giving you to start this season, and Jalen Brunson is Jalen Brunson. Ooh, this Knicks team is tough. I don't care what nobody says. This team is a beast if that happens. We just it's so hard to get all of these pieces to go together at the same time. And now you guys hear what I said, right? I told you 4 things. Of those 4 things, I didn't talk about none of the other pieces because they're not as important. If what I just mentioned happens, you get a good Julius Randle, a good Jalen Brunson, a consistent RJ Barrett, a consistent Mitch, and what he's doing, that 4 will carry you. The other stuff you're gonna get something from everybody else. You're gonna get little things, it doesn't matter. But that 4 is key. That will make the Knicks a tough team. So yeah, I'm with all that. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I think I got everybody. Yeah. I didn't forget IQ. That's how good I think those 4 playing well does for the Knicks. That IQ is just gravy on top. You know what I mean? It's like the salt on your meal. Just add IQ, pause, and it makes everything better. Yeah. So I'm I didn't forget about them. I just think that those 4 are really important. Now, don't get me wrong, IQ is a big part of that too, because the bench play has been fantastic, and IQ's been a part of that. He's had one subpar game, but a lot of really solid games for us. So can't discount IQ. But those 4, that's the key. Because the other stuff is I just think the other guys are solid. IQ solid. I think Donte is solid. You guys, more Knicks fans are starting to see. You'll see. Don't worry. I think Hartenstein is solid. Ever since what happened to Hartenstein last year happened when he went into that super funk where he didn't know where he belonged on the team and couldn't get out of that funk he was in. When he had that talk with Julius Randle, when Julius called him, or I think he maybe said Julius came by his, I don't remember if Julius came by his hotel room or he called him. Either way, when he talked to Julius Randle and his mindset changed. I'm not saying it's all Julius. Some other stuff happened during that time too, but he bigged up Julius and said Julius was a big part of it. After that, iHeart has been phenomenal. You guys understand? We're talking about like 3/4 of a season, and then now going into the season. Ever since that point, iHeart has been fantastic. So I think certain things are just gonna be there for them, and whatever you get from Quentin Grimes is gravy too. But the 4 that I mentioned, if that stuff works the way it's supposed to work, we good. We golden. Okay. Yes, iHeart has been phenomenal. 100%. Facts, and more facts. All right. I got sidetracked. Look at this. 45 minutes, and all I've been doing is bigging up the chat and talking to you guys. I like it. So now later, when I'm caught up in something and I don't mention anybody, you guys can't get on me because I spent 45 minutes. Appreciate y'all, man. Okay. So let me do this. This is how different this show is. Let me put the invite in the chat. If anybody wants to jump on and chop it up, by all means, you are welcome. And now let me hit the intro. Nobody does it like we do it. We do move at our own speed. You know what I mean? That's how we do things here. Okay, here we go. Oh, my bad. Damn, I was caught up. Yo, you guys always catch me. I just be, man, I be grooving. I don't even notice. My bad, y'all. I'm back. Hey, Kerry Cox said Mitch and iHeart bodied Wemby. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I got my first guest in the building. Let me show him some love. Oh, Stafford Don in the building. Yeah, Trinity in the building. Trinity.
You don't know.
What's good, my brother? How you?
Blessed, man. Can't complain, man. I woke up this morning. I got my lovely daughter sleeping, so I'm good. I'm good. So let me jump on here real quick before she wakes up, because after that it's just straight daddy mode after that.
Hey, man, I see that cup. It says Super Dad for a reason. I hear you, brother.
And you know what the funny thing? She brought that for me.
As well she should. That's right, Stafford. Let's go. Yeah, man. Good to see you. So let me see here. Where do I want to go? Big
up X Productions.
Yes. Shout out to X Productions. Yes, for Rome Far Rock. More fire. Rhythm beats. Bobby Cosner's on the 1s and 2s. Okay, I gotta stop. I know he's not Jamaican. Wiz be trying to come for me, man. Wiz be coming from my throat, man. Pause. Let me get my guy Corey Lee in here. Corey,
what's up? Salute.
What's good, brother?
What's up, Sacco? What's good?
What's good, Corey?
What's up? Excuse my camera, but I can't reveal.
No, it's cool. Right, you good? All right. Kerry's like, damn it, let's go, let's talk. My bad, Kerry. My bad. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good groove, like Jay-Z would say. So the only thing, Corey, because I know you out and about, just I guess could you pause the audio unless you're speaking because I hear the feedback.
You need
No
to.
But I
problem.
appreciate you. You straight, brother. You straight.
All right.
Okay. So what we doing here? Let's start with this. First off, what did you think about? And I didn't even put that. This wasn't one of today's topics, but since it was put in the chat, I agree. We should just talk about it real quick. What did you think about how the Knicks played the not only them but Wemby, San Antonio and Wemby? How did you feel about what did you think about it, Stafford? Like, because I actually was pretty surprised. Not so much that they beat up on San Antonio because San Antonio is a young team that's still
Right.
trying to find their way, but I like what they did to Wemby. Like they all, like the bigs made a concerted effort to put their body on him and to show him like you in the NBA, and I like that. That was a good look. What did you think about it?
I think the hoopla was just a bunch of hoopla, right? Just a bunch of overrated. First of all, I keep telling people, man, put some respect on Mitchell Robinson's name, man, because he definitely told Wemby, welcome to the NBA. He locked Wemby down. He got into him. He roughed him up. You know what I mean? Let him know, well, yo, this ain't Europe, right? And you need to put a little girt on your body a little bit. So shout out to Hartenstein and Mitch. They really body him up. And then also he made a comment that MSG wasn't all that. Well, guess what? You got what you're looking for. You came in and you got punked because every time you touch the ball, MSG crowd was like overrated. So when you come into New York, especially MSG, you don't diss the crowd. You don't diss MSG because the crowd is gonna get back on you. But back to the point. Look, it's a young season. He's in his eighth game or something like that. I see he has the skills. You know, I was very impressed with the 2 wins he had over Phoenix. It was really impressive. But in this NBA, you got to bring it every night, right? And as I said, the young man, he's improving. I like his shot. You know what I mean? He could do everything. He could dribble. He could pull up. He could put it through the legs. I even seen him. I think he salad somebody one time, meaning put the ball through his legs, through the other opponent's legs, and go through and dunk it on the other. So the young man has skills, but don't think you could have come into New York and just diss New York and feel you could just get over it like that. But otherwise, man, put some respect on our 2 centers' name. You know what I mean? Because they're doing a very good job. And shout out to Mitch, very historical starting of the season, leading the NBA in offensive blocks. Not blocks, but in offensive rebounds, sorry. And then in the history of the game, he is right up there with the Dennis Rodmans, you know what I mean, as far as rebounds. So, yeah, man, the game was a good game for New York. We bounced back. You know, Julius had a good game. You know, and everybody else. So that's my take on that. I don't want to go too long-winded.
Yeah, no,
Points.
that's dope. No, I appreciate it. I agree with you. I will say one thing because I was with you thinking the same way. I had to kind of look back and see what was said. So in fairness, I know it was great for the Knicks and fans and those who didn't hear it in the full. Wemby actually didn't say it in the way it came off. And I was thinking the same way you was thinking, Rafa.
Right.
Was young cat. So what he said was he thought because he had heard so much about Madison Square Garden, him growing up and looking at what was happening in the States, Madison Square Garden seems like the best place to play in the NBA. There's nothing better. And he was in awe of Madison Square Garden, not seeing it and not knowing it. He loves Madison Square Garden. He thinks New York is fantastic. He thinks the Garden is fantastic. He loves the way it looks. He just thought when he came into the arena and actually got inside, I guess because of so much hoopla. When you come out, you know, you're coming from another country and stuff. You come here and you actually see what people have been talking about for everything seems big. It's like if you go to a movie and everybody's bigging it up, and then you watch the movie, you're like, oh, it was good, but I don't know if it was what they said. Or you listen to a hip hop album or R&B album, whatever it is, and they're big. Oh, this is the best thing in the last 20 years, and then you listen to it, it was good. It's not that it was bad. It's just that the way people big it up or the way he was exposed to it, he thought he was going to be in something abnormal, like it was a stadium and a half or something. But that's all he was meaning. He still loves the stadium. He still loves New York. He still loves the Garden. He loves the whole atmosphere. He just thought the place was going to be so much bigger. That's it. That's it. That's all it was. But just want to throw that out there because I was like, I'm gonna give the young fella a little credit, because once I heard that, then I was like, okay, then I started to look at him a little differently. But then once I found out more about it, I was like, oh, okay, that's not what he meant. He was just saying he thought it was going to be bigger because people were bigging it up so big in the way he saw it on TV. I got it now. Okay, we good. We good. And I mean, before I get over to Corey, I just wanted to say this real quick too. You see, it's not necessarily about the skill set or the star power of the opposing players. You know what I mean? It's about how you play somebody. For example, as we were talking about and what Stafford said and what I mentioned, the Knicks came out with a game plan to put their body on Wemby, to muscle him, to out physical him, and make it difficult for him. And he struggled. I mean, he also could have struggled because he just didn't have a good night with the hoopla being in the Garden and all eyes on him. You know, that's that whole thing. There's a lot of pressure for an NBA player, especially a young guy coming into the Garden, knowing that when guys make their debut at the Garden, it's like a hoopla thing, and you want to kind of get off to your best start. There's some pressure there, but also the Knicks made it very difficult, right? So before I get over to Corey, then you take a look at what he did last night. They played the Minnesota Timberwolves. So he's going up against Karl Anthony Towns, but more importantly, he's going up against Rudy Gobert. So what does Wemby do? 29 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 4 blocks. And you know Rudy Gobert has been the best defensive player in the league multiple times. So it's not about who you're going up against. It's about what their game plan is for you and how they play you. And obviously, they didn't out physical him. Wemby got busy against these dudes. So just want to throw that out there. All right, Corey, my bad, brother.
Oh no, you dope. You dope. You perfect. Perfect. I wanted to say, just want to say this, because due to what you just said, that just goes to ESPN and the hype machine that they are and how they hype certain players up. You know what I'm saying? And the expectations for them to even come into our building and try to make, you know what I'm saying, relatively asses of us. But, you know, I hats off to Tibbs for coming up with the great game plan to shut him down and totally just push him out the way. He's a non-factor, non-story. But that goes to show you that that young man needs to hit the weights, you know what I'm saying, get some grits and eggs and all that good stuff and get stronger. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens when you run up against grown men. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, he's a young man. But I see much potential in his future. And he's going to be a solid player, you know, soon to come. And sky's the limit as far as the potential and skill set and everything like that. So, you know, it is what it is. And I appreciate how our two centers really, really stepped up and played well. You know, so hats off to Mitch Hartenstein, and as the team as a whole attacking that potential storyline.
Right.
Killing that right there, nipping it in the bud before it even gets blown out of proportion.
Yeah, 100% facts. I agree. Like the you know, and this is what I like to say. Like, it's good to see the Knicks come out with that type of fire. You know what I mean? Because this is it's only good to see it because I expect them to do it. Like, I just want the Knicks to be what I think the Knicks are. I don't like it, but I'm used to it now. The Knicks, I say it every year, the Knicks are Jekyll and Hyde. They're going to have their moments, them crazy downs where you're like, what is wrong with this team? How are they going to lose to this team? And then they're going to lose like 3-4 in a row, right? And then they're going to turn it around and they're going to win 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Like, they do that. This is who they are. I don't know why they're like this. Sometimes it has to do with your coach. I understand that. It is what it is. When you have a certain coach, a certain system, they play a certain way for you, this is what's going to happen. It's the same thing that happened if anybody, whether you're a Giant fan or not, if you remember back in the Tom Coughlin days, the Giants got off 2 seasons in a row. They sucked. You know, they lost like 5 or 6 games in a row. There was 0-5, 0-6. Next thing I know, they turn it around. They're in the playoffs. Next thing I know, they turn it around. They're in the Super Bowl. Oh, and won the Super Bowl. But anyway, no one's talking about that. But listen, the point is, things like that happen. So, and I think it has to do with the coach and the system they used to, that this is how they play. They're an underdog type team that will fight when their back is really against the wall. So it is what it is. But I love it because I'm used to it now. Yeah, so that's that, right? But I want to get into Julius Randle first, right? And then we'll get into RJ Barrett, and then we'll get into Mitchell Robinson, then we'll get into RJ Barrett. But first off, Julius Randle. Okay, listen, man. Good job, Julius. Way to get out that funk. Way to kind of turn things around. And I say turn things around because, listen, that's what it is. Like, it's not only changing your mindset, going out there and doing what you got to do, supporting your team and getting out of that funk you were in, because he started off good. He had the mindset, I'm going to take my shots, right? And if my shots ain't there, I'm going to get the rebounds. I'm going to pass the ball. We saw he was like getting almost triple doubles, even though he wasn't shooting well. But he was like doing what he had to do for his teammates. But with everything in life, you know, people get frustrated. Julius gets frustrated. His shot still wasn't falling after a few games. Now he starts to kind of get down. He starts to get in his little funk, his mode that we've seen Julius get into before. And it starts to look bad out there on the court, where it starts to take him away from the other stuff that he was doing well and what he needs to continue to do. But thankfully, it was really only one game. If you look at what Julius did, where he had that little moment that everybody was criticizing, we put the video up, and shout out to YouTube for hitting me with a copyright on that video for 4 different times that I played it. Like, damn, YouTube. That's why I don't show videos no more, guys. But anyway, he went out there and had that moment, and it was all spotlighted, and he got to see it. Because the thing with Julius Randle and some of these Knicks players, they know what we're talking about. And if they don't even watch our show specifically or some of the other shows, they see Twitter, they see the videos that are going around. So they know that everybody's looking at them for how they acting. So he obviously saw that, and he came out that next game versus the Clippers, and he tried to quiet all that storm. Like, I'm going to go out here and just play basketball, focus hard. I'm gonna get into the paint, try to score with authority, and he did that, and he had a good game. And then it spilled over to the Clippers. I mean, to the Spurs. He did the same thing, had the same type of mentality, and you just noticed that he was happier out there. He's still trying to do what he does to help the team, but his shot was falling. He was more confident about himself. And then the other thing we find out is that apparently he's been playing hurt. His ankle was 70%, not quite what he was leading it up to be. I don't like that about players, but I understand, like, you don't want the players have to believe something themselves so they can get going, but they also want to tell the fans, look, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I'm good. I'm straight. That's how you got to do as an entertainer or a player or something like that in life. You don't want to be looked at as, oh, well, I'm 50% right now. So you can probably expect 50% of a show. So, like, you know what I mean? They got to give it up a certain way. So, Stafford, what's your thoughts on Julius and how he was able to kind of start getting back into the Julius ways that we used to?
Well, you were, for the most of the people on the chat and everybody that knows me, that I'm a big JR fan, right? He number 30, that's my guy. And, I was real hard on him on the New Orleans game because I feel like he never put out that effort that I wanted to see, that I know he could come out with, and had Zion flexing on him, right? I didn't like that too much. But at the same time, I kept telling people like, yo, you know, his ankle is not really 100%. I didn't want it to make that an excuse, Ron,
Mm-hmm.
but it was a factor. And I'm glad that he came out, Stefan Bondi, shout out to Stefan Bondi, with that story that came out, and and Julius told the public, like, look, I was going into the season 70%. You know what I mean? I wanted to play, even though the staff was telling me don't play, because guess what? And this is how Knicks fans are. Because if he did not play and did not go out, you would have heard the fans. You already know, Ron, how these Knicks fans could be when a certain player can't play or their game is not up to par how they want it. They start to bash him, right?
Yeah.
So now that he has come out and said about this ankle issue, it kind of make the fans a little bit go easy a little bit, and to appreciate that he was still coming out trying to put an effort into the season, trying to play, even though he wasn't 100%. He was coming out at 70. And shout out to Tibbs also too, even saying that, look, we know Julius wasn't going to come out. He needs to be in rhythm to play. He didn't have that certain regiment that he normally goes into the summertime, where he's normally working out, doing 5-on-5 drills, getting fit. So when the season comes in, he's ready to go. He couldn't do that. So he had to sit, watch film, be very, very disciplined. Even then, he said he was very anxious to go out on the court. But as we could see, he's getting back to his game. He's getting back the feel of it. You see him going down the court now. You see him taking it to the hole now. You seen him being a little more aggressive. You seen a lot of more pick and rolls with him and Mitch trying to get downhill, getting both of them involved, trying to get back his game back to where it is. So I gotta appreciate Julius to being transparent with us, because a lot of players would not do that and tell us how they're feeling. You understand what I'm saying? And have the fans jumping to conclusions, as we always do, because we analyze and we are critics. So at the same time, we gotta appreciate him for coming out playing at 70%, even though you're kind of naive and saying you don't want to play. We don't want you being too injured, right? And you can't play and you have to miss 2 and 3 months. So we appreciate you. Get treatment on that ankle, because we want you 100% going into the season. So it's all up and up right now, Ron, with Julius. You know, I mean, his ankle's getting better, and I'm looking forward to see him taking it to Charlotte tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I just think, you know, look, if nobody understands this, I don't know what to say. Knicks fans, we got to be patient with this Knicks team, because I said earlier what this Knicks team is. They've been the same way for the past 2.5 years. I want to say the beginning of that year, the most improved player season, was the beginning of it, when it started, when we started off playing bad. And then all of a sudden we got good, and then we went on a streak, and then that was the beginning of this whole Jekyll and Hyde thing. So it's kind of the middle. So it's 2.5 seasons of this, because then the next season we did it for the whole season, and then last season it was the same thing. So we gotta just be patient with the team and understand that this is how they play. Knicks are they're funky bunch, man. Like the Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Nobody remembers nothing, man. I'm old. Anyway, Corey Lee, what's your thoughts on it, man? How you feel about him?
Great early bounce back. Great early bounce back from a slow start. You know, I guess sometimes Julius is the type of guy I noticed that when things don't go the way, he has to get it out of the system first. He has to get that out of the system, and then he knows how to reel himself back in. So, you know, for all the people that like to call him a diva or whatever you want to call him, you know, Julius is what Julius is. I'm not mad at him. That just shows me the passion that he has for winning, and the fact that the passion that he has for himself, and in the belief system within himself, and he knows what he can do. You know, I like the way I like to see. I'm glad to see him round himself back into game playing shape and form. So I'm not mad. I'm not saying I'm impressed, but I'm satisfied to some degree with his gameplay. And the thing that really did impress me though in earlier was the passing and the rebounding. And now if he can get that all rounded out and be that solid, um, solid all around player that we need, then I have no issues. I have no problems. I'm happy with him.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I think just it's one of them things as fans, we just have to kind of understand that things are going to happen and it may not work out exactly the way we think. It's not going to be as pretty, but this is how it is. This is the team. This is how they move. And thankfully Julius has an excuse once again. 2 times, guys. We looked at his game and we're like, "Yo, what's going on with Julius?" Last year, coming in, in the playoffs, he was still hurt. Then he re-aggravated the ankle, and then we found out he was really hurt at the end of the season when he had to get surgery. And now coming to start this season, there was a lot of people, not a lot. There was a good amount of people that were saying that, it takes a little while to come back from an ankle injury and be mindful of it. And kind of Julius threw some of us off and made us think that he was 100%, showing us the workout videos and making us feel a certain way. So he kind of threw us off a little bit, but shout out to those people that were still skeptical and saying like it takes a little bit more time to get right. So shout out to y'all. And yeah, but hopefully Julius is starting to get there.
Ron, I can remember one time on my 21st birthday, and I had broken my ankle playing basketball. Oof. And I promise you, and I didn't realize it was broken. I just thought it was a bad sprain, hard-headed, knucklehead, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't go to the doctor. I didn't realize until years later that I had broken it. But to be honest with you, it took me about a good 8 months to really get back to me feeling like myself. So with that said, yes, I can see where he's coming from with that. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, I had lost a lot of athleticism, with that because I was very athletic before that. Very, 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 very athletic. And then it took me some time. I lost some things from it, but needless to say, to go into what you're saying, yes, that is true. It takes a while. It takes a while for ankle to come back.
Yeah.
And
so
the thing, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Staffa.
And people still saying that it's an excuse. No, it's not an excuse. Have you ever had an ankle injury before? If you had an ankle injury before, you don't have a good lift. You can't run properly. Yes, okay, you're gonna get some defensive rebounds because that's one of your best talents, right? But you can't tell me you're gonna be 100%. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't think it's an excuse. It's not an excuse. He was not healthy. Because if you were a basketball player and you had an ankle injury, as what Corey said, he wasn't feeling good until about 2 months. It's going to happen. So you can't say, well, okay, he was still grabbing 10 rebounds, so you should be able to play. It's not an excuse. No. You see he was shooting bad. You see his lift wasn't good. Give him the benefit of the doubt. And he's gonna come back a good player. Now, it was only 8 games into the season, and we normally like to judge games within a 20 to 25, how I should say, what's the word I'm looking for?
Window?
Game span.
Window, right. Okay, so let's see in that 20-25 window where Randle is at with his ankle, right? You say it's an excuse. I ain't going to call your name. You know you is in the chat right now. But let's see 20 to 25 games where he's going to be at, if you're going to have that same excuse, or we're going to give him a pass.
Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say about ankle injuries, listen, ankle injuries can be tough. And it's one thing if you just tweak an ankle, right? Even that is a little bit of a pain, right? Because you just don't feel quite right. But when you hurt the ankle to the point where you have to get surgery, that's it. There's no need to make any excuses about it. If you need to get surgery, the ankle injury is bad. Okay. So it is what it is. Let's not forget. I mean, two more things about this. Remember Steph Curry? I mean, I know some young people don't remember when Steph Curry came into the league. Steph Curry's ankle was so bad.
Yes.
Like this dude could not play. And he's light. He's small, not small, but he's light as far as body type. Like, and he struggled on that ankle. He was out like damn near, was it the whole season or half the season? More than I just can't remember exactly, but
most
it was a long time.
Most of the season because of his ankles, yeah.
Yeah, and even going into the next season, he was still.
It was like 3 years, Ron. Sorry to cut you off. It was like
off and on of him trying to get right and get that ankle right. Now, shout out to him, the miracle workers that worked with him, because this dude. I mean, if you paid attention to how Steph Curry came into the league, you never would have thought he would have got to this point. But he worked and worked and worked. He worked on building up strength in his ankle, worked on his overall game, and then he also worked on his handle. So all that time where he was on the shelf, not being able to do nothing, he was dribbling. And let me tell you something, it changed who Steph Curry is, and now he's a Hall of Fame player. And, listen, things happen that way. But with Julius, let's not forget, 6'8". They keep saying, some people say he's 6'9". No, he's 6'8". 6'8", 250 pounds on that ankle, okay? Just gotta understand it's not that easy, and we know that Julius may not be the most physical on the defensive side, but on the offensive side, he's a very physical player and uses a lot of torque when he's moving around out there in that court. So I could. Oh, go ahead, Corey.
One more example. All right, people forget, and maybe I don't know how old a lot of the chat is. Grant Hill, for the phenomenal athlete he was until he had that ankle injury. Where he could have been, you know what I'm saying? Like he was like Scottie Pippen 2.0 with a much better handle and a much better jump shot. And if he wouldn't have tore his ankle up the way he did, where would he have been on how many championships he could have possibly won? So with that said, ankle injuries are serious. They derail careers.
And Kerry Cobbs bring up a good point too. Randle playing 75%. Who was going to replace him when we don't have a backup power forward?
Yeah.
If he was to sit out these 8 games, who was going to replace Josh Hart? We already got questions about Josh Hart. So we should be thankful that he's at least coming out 75% trying to play on that ankle. At least give him a little credit. Although some of us don't like it, we'd rather him sitting out being 100% healthy. But you still got to appreciate the effort that he's coming out trying to play. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I want to say. We can move on, Ron.
No, I hear you. And I agree. We definitely gotta appreciate that effort and how he's trying to go out there and do what he got to do. Let me shout out a couple more people in the chat real quick. Shout out to, one of my favorites. She knows she's a day one. Shout out to Geraldine McIver. The first lady of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community in the building. Let's go, Geraldine. Yes. Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's good and job and all that good stuff is happening well for you. Appreciate you. Good to see you. I know we don't see you as much, but when you're here, we love it and we appreciate you. Thank you for being here, Geraldine. Shout out to Long Island Sound in the building. Salute. He said the garden is small. I mean, it actually is compared to some other places. And especially when you look at someone else said it in the chat, when you look at the places overseas, those places are like stadiums. Not quite, but they're not like arenas. They're a little bigger than arenas. They're different. So I can understand why Wemby might have thought it was, bigger than it was. Where was it? Kevin Middleton in the building. Salute. What's good, Kevin Middleton? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Almighty Finesse is in the building. What's good, Almighty? Hope you're doing well, brother. Hey, my guy, Delano Steele Jr. in the building. What up, DSJ? Shout out to you. DSJ gave us a little sneak peek the other day. I seen him in the studio trying to cut some vocals. I see you, DSJ. And Randle didn't have a choice but to play nobody to back him up. That's probably true too. I mean, I saw people saying, well, why didn't he just sit? oh, the Knicks didn't do anything with the roster to allow him to sit. Put him in a position where he had to be out there. It's not just on him. It's not just on him. He has something to do with it, but it's not just on him. Let's see. Double A says JR play hate on the team. He has his moments. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes he has his moments where you like, what are we doing here? But I still say that Julius Randle is a different person from the way he was in the thumbs down season. I think last year he did a much better job at reinventing himself, reinventing his image, getting some help for some of the stuff that was bothering him and how he was lashing out on the court with his teammate. He had the moment with Quickly that people keep pointing to. But that was just a basketball moment. And I'm going to tell you that Quickly didn't handle that the right way. He had good intentions. It started fine. But at a certain point, he has to walk away. Because it's just, you try to step up and show that you're, part of the leadership mix and, get your guy out of the issue that he's starting to develop. But you also have to know who you're dealing with. And if he's not giving you the signs of I'm hearing you, then just walk away. RJ does a really good job of just walking away. Sometimes you might say, well, RJ could probably say a little bit more, but RJ just knows who Julius is. And he's like, I got to let this guy be. Now, I will say that even though Quickly did it a certain way and it didn't work, it has to do, let's be honest, the level of respect there is not quite there between Julius and Quickly. It's not a knock on Quickly. It's just Quickly hasn't earned that same level of respect that another player might have, because Julius Randle had the little thing with Brunson. And even though Brunson, he wasn't listening to Brunson either, he just turned his back and walked away because I can't really say too much to Brunson because Brunson knows how it is. I hear you, but I'm not listening, so it's a little different. That's all I'm saying. So, but it is what it is. But I still think that Julius did a much better job last year of being there for his teammates. It wasn't just about the negative stuff, it was the positive stuff too. It was negative in a good way. When he passed the ball to a player and they didn't do it, he went up to them after the play, hit him in the chest. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Or talk to them later off to the side. They go to a commercial, a TV commercial timeout, and you see Julius talking to the same player, whether it be Mitch or whoever, IQ. He's talking to them. He wasn't doing that before. Then on the flip side, when they do something good, let's go, hit him in the chest. Good job, Mitch. He even was doing it to Obi, hit him in the chest. Obi fell on the floor. What did he do? He picked Obi up. The year before that, we was looking at him walk over Obi. He damn near did the Iverson and stepped over him like he was Tyronn Lue. Like, So Julius he's improved a lot, guys. Let's not forget he's improved
for that word.
It's just saying, But yeah, he's improved. He's improved. But I know he still has a little bit of a bad temper. It's not a bad attitude necessarily. It's a bad temper. And he just he sees
really
red.
Think he has honed into that, because earlier in the season, people was like, yo, or even last season, people was like, yo, where is this rough and tough Julius? When I especially remember with Paris, Doug, him especially, when they had got into it with was it Corey Zeller? Is it Cody? It's Cody Zeller.
Cody Zeller
from Miami Heat, and Randle didn't resist. Normally if it was him, he would have went at Cody. He would have got ejected. He would have went off. So the man has dialed it back. As he said, he was watching a lot of Bruce Lee. He was just letting it flow.
Like water.
Like water. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So sometimes we just got to grow up, man. You can't be the same person that you was 25 and you 30 years old and you still acting like you 19. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to be a part in time in life that where you have to dial it back and be like, yo, I need to make these moves in order to be right, to let the team elevate. So he has dialed it back. I don't know why people want him to start cussing and acting like a fool and doing this. And then when he does that and he get ejected, you're going to hear the whole Knicks community going after him. So it's either you don't or you do. I mean, sometimes you got to pick one, man.
He just it's very tough. And for a guy like him, it's a lot. We put a lot of expectations on him to control his behavior and his actions out there when he's already had time. He had a tough time. He's been struggling with it, and we're asking a lot of him. But it's he just has to find that happy balance, because if you guys notice in the Clippers game, so it kind of goes hand in hand. I'm sorry to say it. It's just who it is. It's who he is. The Clippers game and in the San Antonio game, we started to see a little bit more of that Julius fire coming out. It's not the aggressiveness on offense. I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about it starts to chirp a little bit more. He's looking over at the ref. He's starting to do the come on. You know, when he starts to get mad at the refs, you start to see some of that old Julius start coming out, but that's good, because that means he's engaged. That means I'm doing something and you're missing it. I'm in the game now. Like, I'm here and I know you're not calling the right call. So that's okay, as long as he can keep the balance there. It's when he goes too crazy with it that you know, that's when we like, okay, calm down, Julius. But he just has to figure out a happy mix, because I even though I like what he's tried to do to start this season, it's not him. You know what I mean? It's not what makes him the best he is out there in the court. He still needs to play with that same passion and that fire that helps him be a good basketball player. Because I don't care what nobody says. When Julius Randle is going right, Julius Randle is one of the best players in the NBA. Okay? You may not think he's an MVP. You may not think he's a first option. When Julius is going right, when he can give you 20 plus points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and effort on the defensive end, he is one of the best in the game. It just doesn't happen all the time in that same order. He does it bits and pieces of it. Sometimes it's just the rebounds and the points. Sometimes not the assists. Sometimes he's a little lackadaisical on the defensive effort. But when it's all together, you cannot complain. So
that's what I'm talking about. You could say he's unwatchable. You could say trade him. You could do all of that. But just as Ron said, when he putting everything together, that's the type of play that you want on that court. So you know what I mean, you don't have to like him. You know what I mean? But when we really wanted him and he comes through. Like it or not. You know what I mean? You're not gonna be liked by everybody. You're not gonna like all the takes that Ron say. You're not gonna like the takes that I say. Else it wouldn't be a good show, right? Everybody agreeing with each other, all this kumbaya. No, it ain't gonna work. So you know what I mean? So like it or not, Julius is here to stay for right now.
Yep. That's true. It's true. So yeah, I think it's time that we kind of, you know, transition and move on to another player that I think has been doing a lot of good things to start this season. Very consistent. Shout out to Rudy Tay, by the way. Rudy Tay, what's good? Salute. Appreciate you. I don't know if I've seen your name here before. Maybe if you've been viewing, but thank you. If you're new to the show, welcome. Please like, comment, subscribe. Well, you're already commenting, but please like and subscribe, all that good stuff. Once again, guys, please smash that like button. Show your love for the show. It looks like this. Thank you. And thank you for rocking with us, man. Appreciate you. So Mitchell Robinson. You know what? Let me do this. Sometimes I try to figure out whether I want to do these little things at the bottom, but you know, maybe it's good for YouTube purposes. And I should have did it for Julius, so I apologize. But it is what it is, man. We learn as we go. All right. Mitchell Robinson, you know what I mean? I know, and shout out to my guy Irons, because he kind of said that, you know, Mitch isn't really changed. Is it Irons or Irony? I don't know. I think it was Irony. I apologize. Mitch hasn't really changed his game too much. He's just no longer, you know, boxing out and letting other guys grab the defensive rebounds. He's getting them himself, which there's some truth to that. But it's also a change in his game. Mitch is in year 5. He was doing that for 4 years. So to me, that's a change. Whether or not, you know, you look at it that way or not, it's a change. To watch a player who's been doing the same thing for 4 years and to now do something a little different, that's a change. And it's a good change. I'm appreciative of it. I love what I'm seeing from Mitch. But let's just take a look at Mitch's numbers real quick and see if there's a change. I made this as a video, so I might have to put it back up if you know. But so just looking at this right here, you guys can see Mitch, basically, every year very consistent the same way. But look at this: 6.4 rebounds, 7 rebounds, 8 rebounds, 8.6, 9.4. Then this year, 12.4. That's a huge jump, guys. That's 3 rebounds more than he's at the best he's ever done was 9.4. Now he's at 12. Nah, I mean, I probably shouldn't admit it as a video, but it is what it is. So, I mean, just look at that. And then you look at the blocks. The blocks has kind of been one of those things that hurts Mitch because he's trying to be a defensive player of the year type candidate. But a lot of those guys get the blocks. He's just averaging 1 block a game. I don't know what it is. I don't know if his timing has changed, that he just doesn't get there to block the shot. He gets his body there. He affects the shot, but he doesn't get the block. But hey, maybe it also keeps him out of foul trouble because he used to get in foul trouble all the time. So
Facts right
you
there.
take that for what it is. You know what I mean? But look at the steals, guys. 0.8, 0.9, 1.1, 0.8, 0.9, 1.5 to start the season. We've never seen Mitch get steals at this high of a clip. So this is beautiful. It's nice to see. I'm loving how he's going out there and attacking on the defensive end, jumping in the passing lanes, as people have pointed out. The points, they're low. He's not getting enough shot opportunities. The field goal percentage, that is low because, once again, not getting the shot opportunities, and he's not getting the lobs under the rim. Because like Mitch is used to getting those lobs. That's why his field goal percentage has been so high. But 48% is a little different. Free throws, the same thing. He's teeter-tottering right where he's always been. Even though he looks like he tried to improve this offseason, he's kind of, in 8 games, it's kind of right where it's always been. So, yeah. And even the 6.1 rebounds, offensive rebounds, 6.3, that's the most he's ever had up until this point every season. We know Mitch has been top 2 in offensive rebounds every year for the most part. After the last 3-4 years, should I say, not every year. And now he's leading in offensive rebounds, and his biggest competition, Steven Adams, is hurt for the season. So Mitch is going to walk away with that offensive rebound title if it is such a thing. But I'm just so excited at the defense, like 6.3 and then 6.1. That just shows me that he's really invested on the rebounding thing. He's trying to do – it's the same thing I said before about guys who maybe struggle offensively. Same thing I was talking about. I'm actually surprised because if you guys remember to start the offseason, I said with Jericho Sims, Jericho just needs to work on playing better defense. I can jump out the gym. Let me see if I can work on my timing blocking shots. I'm already jumping higher than you. Let me just see where you're trying to shoot from. I'm not going to look at your eyes. Let me look at the ball and what you're doing with the ball and try to block the shot, right? Let me see if I can just be in better position, see the trajectory of the ball when people are shooting, and try to get in the best possible position to get the rebound. Work on my footwork. Work on the things that you know you can do and be better at. I did not think that Mitchell Robinson was going to be the one to do all that. I thought Jericho should be working on it, but Mitch is coming to the season and he's doing that. The block thing still needs to work on that, but now he's jumping in the pass lanes. He's had 2 games already where he's had 4 steals. Like, what? From Mitch? So anyway, Staffer, what's your thoughts on Mitchell Robinson and what you've seen so far?
That's my guy, man. Shout out to Mitch, man. Jarrell, Eru, put some respect on my guy's name, man. Put some respect on Money Mitch, the block monster, however you want to call him. Put some respect on his name because he's coming into the league showing what he could do. A lot of people want to ship him out for Miles Turner. You know what I mean? Want to be floor stretchers. But this is my thing with Mitch, right? Master what you're good in. And we are seeing that coming into the season. He is mastering what he is good at. That means offensive rebounds, putbacks, running the floor, lobs, right? And getting the high percentage shots that he's taking right now, meaning like right around the rim, right? So the putbacks, right? You see he's coming into the season well healthy. You don't see him, as I was listening to a show the other night, he's not grabbing his pants and down like this, grasping for air. You see his win is up there. He's leading the league in offensive rebounds. The only person that's right behind him is a dude. It's in Detroit, and he's a rookie, right? And he's averaging, I think like 3.7 offensive rebounds, while Mitch is at 7, right? So that's a big gap right there, right? And you know, for in NBA history, he is also lead. I think he's even better. I can't remember the stats, but he's even better than Dennis Rodman, right? And I think Wilt Chamberlain is in that category also too. So you guys put some respect on Mitch's name, man. His fouls went down. You know what I mean? He's not fouling out that much. He's very disciplined on that, and he's putting his hands up. You know, the only issue that I think we fans have with Mitch, I think, is two things, right? That's guarding a stretch five, which he gets a lot of trouble with, right? That and his free throws. I think those are the two things that us Knicks fans want him to get better with. But otherwise, I really don't care if Mitch has an offensive game. People want him to do a hook shot. Just master your craft, what you're good in, right? And I think that goes a long way, and everything else will come. And also, too, I think even though it's 8 games, I think he is a candidate for either one of those all defensive team guys at the end of the year, or he could be a candidate for defensive player of the year. You have to put him in that category right now because he is doing the things that a center supposed to do: rim running, defensive rebounds, offensive rebounds, making us get second chance points, clean up a lot of the stuff that when JR and JB misses at the rim, he's able to get us that extra second chance point. So shout out to Mitch, man. And I gotta even give kudos to Hartenstein too, because we're not missing anything when Mitch goes out. So I gotta show some love to Hartenstein also too. But shout out to Mitch, man. Put some respect on Mitch's name, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair, man. Mitch is like, we get on, that's the whole thing. Like, we get on Mitch a lot about his lack of offense, but if he's playing at this level on the defensive end, and then helping with the rebounding, like I'm okay with it, man. Like, I know I would love for the Knicks to be able to have that big that can stretch the floor. All I can say is bring him in and have him come in as a backup power forward, or whatever, and you can use that, because I'm not necessarily ready to move on from Mitchell Robinson or from Isaiah Hartenstein. I like that duo of those two guys right now. I think the Knicks got to find other ways to improve on the offense if they need to, and defense some other spots right now. And then if you want somebody to be able to stretch the floor, go outside and get yourself another power forward, a backup who can, spell Julius Randle, but also can play some center at moments, and that can give you that option to be able to stretch the floor. Maybe somebody like a Harrison Barnes, but maybe somebody a little bigger than a Harrison Barnes. I mean, we already talked about it. There's a guy backing up in Minnesota that the Knicks really should have, figured out how to get, in Naz Reid, but whatever, it is what it is. Corey, what's your thoughts on what you've seen and how you feel about Mitchell Robinson's game?
I'm gonna say this about Mitchell Robinson. He is the key to our team's defense. He is the human eraser as far as what he erases all the mistakes of Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle. IQ said it himself that Mitchell Robinson is pretty much our MVP. I'm gonna go back and say this. Remember when we lost him for the majority of the year when he broke his hand and I think he broke his foot, and see how that season ended? Now, you know what I'm saying? Even though he did get hurt a little bit last year, he still fought through and played, but he still. Those are the games. Those are key games that we lost because we lacked the intensity on the rebounding end from him. What can I say? The block shots, I'm not worried about that too much anymore because I see the refs pretty much pick him out when he's trying to block a shot. But don't go up there and think you're just gonna just lay it up on him because he will beat it back the next week. You know what I'm saying? I think this young man is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Outstanding defensive player. And coming from somebody who played, who just signed into college, did maybe 2, 3 workouts, and then said, boom, I'm leaving and I'm going to the NBA at 19 and bet on himself. And look where he's at now, and look what he's doing. If he's not in the running and in the top 5 for defensive player, then of course, then there's some major bias
Yeah,
out there.
it's rigged.
The NBA, well, I think a lot of things are rigged in the league, but I'm not going to go there. But to say the least, I'm gonna say this: that we will not get no further than where we were last year if it's not for Mitchell Robinson. And I'm gonna say this: that we're gonna, to get further, we need Mitchell. We need Mitchell to stay healthy. And for all those people who talking about they want these stretch threes and all that stuff like that, you're not gonna get the offensive rebounding that with these stretch threes that you would with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? You won't get the defense that you would get from some of these other cats. You know what I mean? I'm cool. I'm cool with what we have with Mitch, and I think he's started off with a great year. He's coming to in the league in great shape. You know what I'm saying? He's matured a lot. I think mentally. You know what I'm saying? Physically and mentally, and sky's the limit. You know what I'm saying? As far as I can say with him.
Could I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a statement that Ice Mike 6969 said. I don't know if you could pull that comment up. He says Mitch has 0 offensive game and there's no place for players like that in the NBA. I totally disagree with that statement because it has a lot of players like Mitch that's in the league right now who can't even hit a jump shot, a hook shot, a dunk, does the same thing as what Mitch does. And I hear people say, "Oh, which player like Mitch is going to get a starting job in the league?" Mitch, even if Mitch was to leave this team right now, he will go to another team and start. Like, say, for instance, I think Mitch will be an excellent center for Golden State. The way how they run and gun with Steph Curry. Another team he'll be good with is LaMelo Ball in Charlotte because they got that point guard. So when you make these statements like, okay, he's 0 offense, there's no place for a player like Mitch. Well, then there's no player for like Steven Adams. There's no player for like McGee. There's no players for like Goldberg. The list goes on and on. Even Dwight Howard, right? And Dwight Howard didn't have no jump shot. He was a person around the rim, running the floor just like Mitch. So when you make those type of statements, you know what I'm saying? Be careful, man, because there's players just like Mitch who is going to be in the league is going to get a bag, okay? And even if Mitch wasn't to be playing for New York and he's doing these small things, it's a team out there that he's going to fit with that's going to make him a player how he is right now and contribute to that team winning. So I don't really agree with that statement. What do you think, Ron?
I think that his statement is indicative of what a lot of people see in today's NBA. If you look at what Mitchell Robinson's game is, Mitchell Robinson is a throwback big man. You know what I mean? He's a what's that guy's name? Samuel Dallenberg, Hassan Whiteside. He's those type of bigs. Now, granted, they have better offensive ability than Mitch, but the defensive side of it, the way they play up and down on the court, like he's that type of style of basketball player. And he deserves to have a role and a place in this league because he does something that not everybody can do at a high consistent level. Like it offensive rebounds are not easy to grab. If they were, then that would be a big stat for a lot of players. It's just not as easy, depending on where you are on the court, to be able to get to the right spot at the right time to grab that rebound is not easy. And Mitch has done a really fantastic job of being the best at it right now. And then defensive rebounds, you see him starting to get those now because now he's putting emphasis on that. Now, with the Knicks having better defensive players all around, he doesn't have to be out there on the perimeter as much away from the rim. So he can stay home a little bit more and get that defensive rebound. Even if the player that he's guarding can stretch the floor, he can cheat a little bit because he knows he's only cheating against that player and the rim. He's not cheating trying to help somebody else out. Like he's not cheating to help Donte or Hart or Grimes or quickly guard their man. We got better defenders here now. So I just think that it's one of them things, like you got to show him some respect and show him some love because he's doing it now to the point where now he's making himself indispensable. You know what I mean? Like what he's doing out there, if the Knicks didn't have that, let me tell you something, there'd be some sad Knicks fans out there because a lot of our game, because we can't shoot well, is predicated on Mitchell Robinson getting those
second
offensive
chance
rebounds.
points. Exactly.
Like we would not be the same team if we didn't have Mitch right now.
Facts.
We got to look at it for what it is, man. That's just how it is.
I don't agree with that statement at all. And JJ, I hear you, right? When it comes to the playoffs and they foul him and he need to make shots. But I think that's gonna come. I think he's working on his free throws. And even if we was to sub out Mitch in that particular, we got Hartenstein, right? And I think Hartenstein is a little better on his free throws, right, Ron? Am I correct? Am I wrong? All right.
He's better than he's better than Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch,
but let me check because I'm curious to see what he's looking at.
Right.
Let me check that out. Go ahead.
I mean, listen, every player has a role on this team, right? And we know what Mitch's role is, and he's gonna play his role to the best of his ability. So if his role is to go in there and fight against two twin towers and make them look small, that's what his job is. If his job is to do screens, he'll do it. But as long as we have him doing what he needs to do and he's healthy and he's not making stupid fouls and all of that, we good. We good. I think we're good.
And
hold on one second, Corey. Don't forget. Just want to let you guys know he's 64% from the free throw line this year, but he's 67% for his career. And Mitch is like 48%. So it's a difference there. Go ahead, Corey.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add one thing. I'm sorry, Ron.
No, you're good.
And that is, remember when we had Charles Oakley? Charles Oakley was not the most big time scorer that as far as, and I'm talking about roles. His role is to grab rebounds and play good defense. That was Charles Oakley's role when he was with the Knicks. Play good defense and help rebound. You know what I'm saying? And rebound for the team. So you got to look at that aspect. You're not going to, because we look at Julius Randle, he's scoring big. He's our scoring power. He's a power forward. He scores. You know what I'm saying? So now the roles kind of switch in that aspect, if you understand what I'm saying. And what I'm trying to get people to understand and look at is that, like you all just said, everybody has a role. Mitch's role is to play good defense, grab rebounds, get in the passing lanes, and support the weaker defenders on our team. So you got to take the good with the bad. And right now, I'm taking what Mitch does good. I can take less of what he does not do good.
Right. And then
Period.
we already got 3 scores already, right? Don't get me wrong. When the ball goes up and he gets the rebound, yes, you want him to go up and put it back. But we already have 3 dominant scores on the team already. Mitch, RJ, and JB. So you telling me where is he going to get all these shots for? You want him to be an offensive player, right? Yes, they're going to run pick and rolls and lobs for him to get him interested in the game, which we got to feed him to make him feel like he's appreciated. We all want that, but at the same time, he's not our go-to guy. You know what I'm saying? We already have 3 go-to guys on this team. So, as I said to you before, everybody knows their role. And just as Corey Lee says, that's his role. Run, rebound, rim protect, get the loose balls for second chance points, and be the best player that you on this team in your role. That's all we need you to do, right? And improve on your free throws. Because when it comes to free throws, just like how last year Spoelstra fouled you and you said you was going to go to the line and make it, and you did, that's what we need for you to do. Improve on your free throws. And I think once he improves on his free throw run, I'm telling you, all this talk is going to end with Mitchell Robinson once he's hitting those free throws, because then we could leave him in the game in the fourth quarter and we don't have to worry about Spoelstra picking on him doing the shot for him to go to the free throw line to make free throws.
Right. Yeah, that's agreed. And it's going to take some time, guys. Look, it just is what it is. Hitting free throws is not easy for certain players. But you've seen, like, guys have improved. They go up and down, but they have moments where they've improved. We saw Dwight Howard improve. We saw Shaq improve. Of course, he has gone up and down in his career, and so did Dwight Howard. But they have moments. So, and we've also seen early in the season when Mitch was at a point where he was on the foul line, and we needed him to hit the free throws. He wasn't great, but there was one. He knocked both down, and and just we got to give it some time. See where it goes. It's gonna. But hopefully, the Knicks have done a good job at being able to avoid them doing like a hack a Mitch. And I think the NBA rules have changed a little bit with that too. So teams can't really do too much of it. You can do a little bit of it up until the last 2 minutes of the game in the fourth quarter. Then you can't do the hack a player technique. So that's a little better. So where it may be an issue, it's not as big of an issue as it was back in the day when they didn't have a rule to kind of stop it. Just want to throw that out there. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it with regards to Mitchell Robinson, man. He's making some strides so far. It's only 8 games, but I really love what I'm seeing. I really like what he's doing out there. I like his confidence. He's very confident now. If you guys remember, Mitch always showed confidence, but he also had a level of doubt in his game and how he talked to the media and when he talked about himself. He used to put his head down a lot. He used to do this and be thinking and
very
look
quiet.
Away. Now he's very comfortable. He's very confident. And he knows what he's going to say, and he's going to say it to you whether you like it or not. So I like this Mitch, man. Mitch has come a long way, man. He's a man. He's a father. He's got his money. He's paid. He's living his life. He's just in a better space. And I think it shows out there on the court. So shout out to Mitch. Before we get into the next person, I just wanted to shout out the chat once again. I appreciate you guys for being here. Please smash that like button. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Let me see. There's 2 things here. I see that I got a super chat. There was somebody. First off, shout out to my guy, the Supreme System Lord himself, Chop Low in the building. What's good, Chop Low? Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you as always. Let me see.
My guy Chop Low. Oh my God. High school. CLI brother.
You know what I mean? You know how he do? I already said what's up to Rudy Tay. Oh, that's what it was. That actually was what I was looking for. Hold on. Rudy Tay had basically said he's been rocking for a minute, so he's not new. He just been away. So appreciate you, Rudy Tay. Thank you for being here. He said my fault, had to step away, but I've been rocking with y'all for a minute. All right, appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Good to see you. Shout out to Parrish Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, now that Julius has his own peers getting into his for bad efforts and body language when he's not the focus, I can back off a little. There you go, Parrish. Yeah, there's some people trying to hold him accountable. There you go. Finally. Yeah. I appreciate it. We a team, man. We stronger as a team that can talk to each other and can criticize each other and like, yo, listen, but also can big each other up when we're doing things right. Or if you get criticized for something bad, when they start to turn it around, give them that same props and that same love. Let them know. So yeah, I think, as I said before, guys, everything with not just the Knicks. It's going to take like 20 games, 25 games before everybody starts to get in the mix to gel, where everybody knows who they are, and how they play and how they're used to things. Donte is starting to get more comfortable every game. You guys see it, right? So listen, there's a lot of stuff like that. Who else we got here? Shoot, Nick Yak in the building. Salute, Nick Yak. Appreciate you. I'm not trying to trade him off yet. I know Dallas would love him, but no, he's still here.
That's what I'm saying, man. When I hear people say that, how there's nobody will pick up Mitch. I just feel like that's so retarded. He would never be a starting center in this league. I just think that's retarded. That's a retarded statement, in my opinion.
I hear you for the disagreeing with the statement. Shout out to Julian Blum. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Travel Vibes is in the building. Salute, Travel Vibes. Appreciate you. Hey, man. Freeman 48 is in the building, man.
Freeman 48.
Yeah, every time I see that name, man, I get a little, not because of you, brother, but there was this dean in my junior high school, man. I had a fly hat, man. And like, if you walked around with your hat in the middle of the halls, he'd take your hat and you get it back at the end of the day if he wanted to give it to you, or you had to wait till the end of the week. And his name was Mr. Freeman. You can call me Freeman, but don't call me man. He used to always say that. Like, he took my hat and I never got it back. I was tight. But anyway, all right. Shout out to you, Freeman. Appreciate you. Let me see. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's everybody. If anybody new joined in and I missed you, I apologize. It's not for lack of trying. You know what I mean? Just, I may have missed your name, but appreciate you. So that being said, let's get to the next contestant on that Summer Jam screen. That is Mr. RJ Barrett. Okay, let's go, RJ. Let's talk about RJ a little bit because RJ is looking fantastic. Like I said,
Make sure you start off with Corey Lee first, okay? Because that's his guy right there.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Start off with Corey Lee first.
and actually, you know what I mean? Like, if you guys can do me a favor when we get into the RJ stuff, and Corey, you go, do what you got to do. You pass it to staff. You guys hold me down for a little bit because I got to do something real quick for my wife. But as I said, RJ Barrett, 8 games in, he's been playing like another player. Okay, he's basically been playing like who we've seen him to be when he's going good. But he's been going good for 8 games. So, he was out for 2 games, so 6 games. Let's say that. But I'm very intrigued to see if he can continue to do this. I'm loving his mentality, his mindset. This is fantastic, man. This is a fantastic style of play and way that we're seeing, RJ playing. I can't say enough how excited I am. And so let's just take a quick look at RJ's numbers here so we can see where the improvement is, because I think you guys can see it. I mean, it's evident. There's no question here. Look at RJ Barrett's numbers, folks. Look at them numbers across the board, right? Look at that. 14 points, 17 points, 20 points, 19 points. This year, 22 points. Look at them rebounds. Okay, maybe not the rebounds. Let's ignore the rebounds, but that's in fairness to RJ with the rebounds. 5 rebounds, 5.8, 5.8, 5, and then 3.3. We are a good rebounding team, guys. Everybody's good at rebounding. So the fact that RJ doesn't get more is not a knock on him. We got guys. Mitch is getting more rebounds than he ever did before. Julius is getting the rebounds he normally gets. You got Josh Hart getting his 7 or 8 rebounds a game. Divincenzo gets rebounds when he's out there. Hartenstein gets rebounds. I'm going to have to put this up again. Give me a second. Okay. Hartenstein gets rebounds, quickly gets rebounds when he's out there. We're a good rebounding team. So I'm not going to knock RJ on not getting a lot of rebounds. I do like the assist, though, guys. Look, 2.6, 3.0, 3.0, 2.8, 3.3. And I know you guys are like 3.3. I mean, it's really similar to 3.3 it's a difference, okay? And so over more times, you extrapolate that over more games, you're going to see that number go up. That 3 may look like a 4, maybe even 4.5 to a 5. Just got to give it time and more games played. Look at the 3-point percentage, guys. Look at this, history: 32, 40, 34, 31, 47 to start this year. What are we looking at here, folks? Let me start this up one more again. I don't know why I did this as a video. Apologize, guys, but it's still cool. You see little things moving in the background. It is what it is. Okay. Field goal percentage: 40%, 44%, 40.8, 43.4. This season, 47.4. Look at what we're seeing, guys. I know it's only 6 games, but just want to give them props. Look at the free throw percentage, guys. 61%, 74%, 71%, 74%, 86.7. Who is this dude? This is what we've been asking for RJ forever. And he's doing it finally. Now, like I said, it's early, but I'm super excited for what I'm seeing from RJ. And I just want him to keep it going, man. This has been a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Anyway, let me get over to Corey Lee. You talk about your man, RJ. Like I said, then pass it to Stafford Don. You guys can go back and forth about it. I'll be back, but maybe I'll be back before you get in too deep. But hold me down while you can. I appreciate y'all.
No problem, Ron. No problem. Now, I'm going to put this out there real quick for all you people in the chat and for anybody future people who shall be listening. I am not an exclusive RJ Barrett fan. I am a Knicks fan. I love the Knicks. I love them all. And the only reason why I stepped up big for him last year was because I knew what you're looking at now. Right now, Knicks fans, that's what you're looking at is what I already knew. Rome wasn't booked in the day. And I'm going to say this. It took a while for him to get to where he had to get to. But like you say, like my man my man Dre says, excuse me, Dre. Development is not linear. So it took him some time to get to where he is and to who he is. But I will say this, I am so proud. This is what I've been expecting. This is what I see. The young man is flirting with the 50, 40, 90 club. 50, 40, 90 club, which means that, hopefully at the end of the year, he's at 50%. Going to the basket as far as field goes, 40% from 3, and also he's at 90% from the line. Those are big stats for him, and I'm not really a big stat guy, but I will say this: if for us to go further than the second round, this young man is the most integral part of it all. Because for what Randle is and for what Brunson is, this young man has to do the other things. He has to be the penetrator, to get to the basket, finish at the rim, you know what I'm saying, help make everybody else better. He's making the extra passes, you know what I'm saying, get into his other teammates. He's not putting his head down. He's found his touch, so that means he can pull up in his mid-range, knock down the shots that he needs to knock down. I mean, I'm so proud. I can't go no further. And for all those people, those doubters who doubted what RJ was, I hope you got your bottle of Texas Pete, because now it's time to eat crow. And I know it's only 8 games, but I promise you this. This is going to be the most consistent, efficient, and dominant RJ Barrett we're going to see moving further. When I say that, I mean we have a budding all-star. We do not need to go chase for no more stars. I hear we're talking about there's supposed to be a big trade rumor going on right now. If he, if whomever, I tell you this, there's nobody right now who can replace RJ Barrett in my eyes to fit in this team and do what his do the job that he does right now. Now, some of y'all people will say, "Well, X person can do that, X person can do that," but RJ Barrett's been here and he's been here and he's homegrown, and I'm loving what I see from RJ Barrett. Stafford Otten, you still there?
Yeah,
Oh, oh, bless you, bro.
Sorry about that.
I know.
Uh,
I understand. Believe me, I understand more than you know.
all right, so listen. To be fair, Corey, and JJ will love this, um, including myself, the Queen, and even other certain Nick fans that's around. Right? We would say it's been 4 or 5 years, and he's a number 3 pick, and he should have been more efficient than this, than till now. Right? It's not that we eating crow, is that we just the way how he's been playing for the past 4 years is like we wasn't expecting to see what we see now, because the pull up jump shot, him making threes from the corner, 40%, 47% from the three. No, we didn't see that coming. But that doesn't make us say, well, we don't appreciate for what he's doing now. That's what we've been wanting to see from a number 3 pick that we chose from a long time, right? So I have to commend the young man for working on his game for the past 4 or 5 years to coming into this season for the first 6 games. Now, I'm not going to jump out the window, Corey. You understand what I'm saying? It's an 82 game season. And the jury is still out with me. It has to be consistent. Even though he has played 4 games and then went injured for 2 games, came back the next 2 games and was still consistently good. Now I have to see that for the next games coming up, right? Even though he's still banged up with a sore knee. I hope he gets good treatment in the season, like right now, because we have 2 days off, a light workout today for the game tomorrow, and he's healthy. But to say that you know, we are kind of eating crow right now, I don't think, no. The way how he was playing, very tunnel vision, you know what I mean, not playmaking, getting his shot blocked about 5, 6 times a game. You can't tell me, Corey, that these things you were not seeing, that you have to really look into his game and criticize his game, right? So to be fair, yes, we appreciate what he's bringing to the season right now, and that's what we want to see moving forward in the season. Him playmaking, him uh, bringing up his assists, his rebounds, his three-point shot making. Yes, all of that is good for us. But you can't say that we are eating crow now. I have to totally disagree with that, because some people, not only me, right, would say that he was not playing to his potential like how he is playing now. So, but shout out to RJ Barrett. You know what I mean? He keeps on improving his game, and it's just more things to see.
I'm gonna say this, Stafford on. Did you not just see that he's at 5,000 points already? 23 years old, 5,000 points.
Yeah, you're one of the youngest Nick to get 5,000 points here. I'm not taking that away from him. We not saying anything but him scoring. We're talking about his skill set that you're saying that people are eating crow now. That that I'm saying that people been wanting to see from since he was a number 3 overall pick.
I
That's what
understand.
we're talking about. We're not talking about his points.
My point to you is this is that you ask for it, you're getting it now. Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you, bro, right now is that what you're seeing now, you're seeing his development right now in real time. And from the playoffs all the way even through FIBA, you saw it. He's totally ascending, going up. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't no coming down from him no more. Ain't none of that no more. Ain't no more inconsistent plays. He might have a bad game. You know what I'm saying? 14, 12 points. He might, you know what I'm saying, go let me think, four for 12 or four for 20. You might catch one of those games. But his total overall package, as far as going, you're watching him grow right now in real time, my brother, real time. And you can't. And I'm telling you right now, he's not. It ain't no going back. Ain't no going back to that no more for him. One thing I've known about RJ Barrett, once he's improved on something, he stays consistent on that constantly. Constantly stays consistent on it, and it gets better and better and better. I mean, this is just something we watching. We're watching the maturation of an all star right here in on our team, and a potential superstar if we hold on to him. I promise you that. I promise you that. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying, Ryan? What you got to say?
Well, once again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for holding me down real quick. Just had to take care of the missus.
No doubt, no doubt. That's what's up.
But I want to shout out. I'll get right into what I was thinking. I just wanted to shout out Ice Mike because I know we was talking about, but I felt I never even gave him a shout out. Like Ice Mike, thank you for being here. Appreciate you, Ice Mike. And I also want to shout out Knicks won today. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Salute. Fly God, the third, aka C_Mac in the building. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Julian Blum, appreciate you, my brother. Two Knicks chicks in the building. That's right. Yes, Lady and the Chef and her mom's doing a great job with the Nick content. Please, guys, I know everybody may not be familiar with them. Check them out. Really good, really nice, concise. They're putting together a lot of videos now, hitting you guys with more and more content. The conversation is good. It's nice just to hear different perspectives from other Nick fans out there, and they know what they're doing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they got going on. So please support, show them some love, man. You know what I mean? So with regards to RJ, I'm gonna say that you guys remember when Tom Thibodeau, which I didn't like, but I kind of felt like he was doing it for a reason,
We'll
and he
call
knew
them out.
RJ could. Yeah, you know where I was going, Staffer.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, because my whole thing is one of the things we've known about RJ is since he's been in the league, even before he got to the league, high school, throughout RJ works. Okay. RJ puts in time. So when Thibodeau called him out, I was like, what's going on here? I don't know. So I kind of feel like maybe there was some truth to it. Maybe he called RJ out because he thought RJ was slipping a little bit in what he's used to seeing from RJ with his work ethic in practice and just training, what he used to do. But I also kind of think he used RJ as an example because he knows RJ. I can call RJ out. RJ's not going to make a big deal, but I'm using RJ to tell everybody else in the team, like, you got to work. So I kind of think it was a part of RJ. Maybe he was, he's a young guy. Maybe he was like, enjoying himself a little bit and wasn't really in the gym as much as like Tibbs was used to him being in the gym at that time. And I also think like RJ's not the biggest issue here at this time, but I can point out RJ, and the rest of the players will see I'm pointing out RJ. So I kind of think it was part of that, right? All these years, we're talking about how RJ's been inconsistent and not showing us what we need him to do out there on the court. But I'm not going to blame RJ for the whole thing. I'm going to blame him for some of it because it's on him too to understand what's best for his game, right? This is year 5 for RJ, right? Or year 4?
5.
No, 5. Yeah, I'm not bad.
5.
It's year 5 for RJ. At a certain point, you got to say, listen, I know I'm a young guy, but I see my game and I see what other people can do. And I may not be able to do what they can do, but I could do this.
Exactly.
You got to say to you, you got to say to yourself, Tibbs, I know you want to stretch the floor. I know you want everybody to shoot threes and all the spacing. But if I'm not knocking them down like that, I got to chill. I take the 3 when it presents itself, but I'm not going to force the issue. I got to start working on this 2-point game. Work on some pull-ups, work on getting to the rim, drawing the foul, getting to the free throw line, work on my free throw shooting, and get my 2-point game going. Work on my mid-range, pulling up off the dribble, or even if I have to back down, working on the floater. Let me tell you, that little floater that RJ started doing about 2 years ago has gotten better. Last year it got better, and it looks like it's even better this year. He doesn't do it a ton, but it works, right? So doing things like that is development. That helps RJ. But RJ wasn't doing this out the gate. In the first year, he had no development. In the second year, minimal development. The third year, where you thought he was going to get a lot more development, he's getting the wrong development. You know what I mean? I think he was like, I'm not saying he wasn't improving and working on things. I'm just saying the development that he needs to take his game to the next level. I don't think he was getting that.
Right.
He's working on things to help improve the team, but not necessarily working on things to help improve RJ.
Right.
All right. Because RJ's working like and it's not a knock on Drew Hanlon. Drew Hanlon is a fantastic trainer. But I see RJ working out with Jason Tatum and Kevin Durant. And those dudes are different. They're not RJ, and RJ's not them. So the type of stuff he's teaching them that RJ's learning is great, but RJ's just don't have the footwork that they got. He don't have the length that they got.
Right.
You don't have the shooting touch that those dudes got. Like, I just think like some of his skill set was worked on too long. And then when they needed to start crafting and working on stuff to fit RJ, they took too long to get there. Like they're doing it now. It seems like going into this into the playoffs and coming into the offseason. Him driving to the rim, being more aggressive with his right and his left hand, him working on the mid-range, trying to pull up, him working on his free throw shooting. That's important to RJ Barrett because he's not super athletic. He don't have that length that other guy. He don't have that shooting touch that some of these guys got. So he got to figure out better ways. And sometimes, working inside out benefits you better. Look at him now that he's driving to the rim, being aggressive, working on that floater, working on a little mid-range game. His free throw shooting has improved. Once you start seeing the ball go in the rim more because you're knocking down these twos, now his 3-point game is improved. You see what I'm saying? Rather than just settling for outside long shots and then occasionally driving into the lane and forcing your way up against 2-3 people, he's being smarter about it. And just there's more repetition. I don't care what anybody says. If I'm out there in the court and I'm taking 6 threes a game, compared to me taking 12 shots and 4 of those are threes, but the other 8 are twos, I'm going to take the guy who's taking the 12 shots every day because I just think that person's going to give me a better output game in and game out. And that's what I think they're doing with RJ now. Yeah, that's what I think they're doing with RJ, and I think that's the difference. So it's part RJ because he's got to do what he's got to do on his own to help himself get better and understand what his game is. Some people don't get it. Some people are like, they get stuck in a window like, okay, I want to be the best in the league. I think I can do this. And then you go out there and you can't do it like these other guys can do it. He figured it out now. I think his trainer figured it out. I think the Knicks organization understands this is who RJ is. Let's continue to work on this. And I think that's why we're seeing the benefits of it now. He just has to keep it going. So that's my thought on him.
That's the same thing I was telling Corey Lee. It's not like we eating crow now. Is we should have been, the fans expect this from a number 3 overall player from since he was coming in. Because you can't remember round 2. We dubbed this guy as the face of the franchise from since he was coming in. Remember, but certain fans were calling him the golden child, right? You couldn't say nothing wrong, you know what I mean, about RJ. But then when level 3 came, and year 3 came and he got that money, people start saying, yo, it's time to put up or shut up. And he was not doing the things that he's doing now. So you can't really criticize the people that were criticizing him and saying that, oh, we eating crow now. You understand what I'm saying? It took time for him to develop where he's at now. Probably even give FIBA some credit also to even open up his eyes, making him see how the game is played even more from a different experience, making the game slow down for him. Coming into the season, he is much better playing with the people around him because he know that word continuity. You understand what I'm saying? So, shout out, as I said, shout out to RJ. Is nothing bad about the kid we trying to say, but it's just the expectations from a number 3 overall pick. Because we see what Zion and Ja was doing. You can't say that was also some of the factor in it too. Even the number 4 pick, what's his name? He's playing for Cleveland right now.
Darius Garland.
You understand what I'm saying? So he's going to be judged by his peers also too. So now that we are seeing his game coming in right now, I mean, we all happy. You understand what I'm saying? But he was not playing to the expectations that we wanted him to, and that's just what it is.
Okay.
But like I was saying earlier, development is not linear. No one player develops the same speed or same time as any other player. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the one thing that we did not throw into the equation when we were looking at him. Not only just that, Staffer, but hold on a second, bro. Just give me a second. That young man has been thrown into possible trades. This is year 5, 3 out of his 5 years since he's been here. He's been trade bait for 3 out of the 5 years he's been here. You don't think that affects your game? It does. The mental part, it would. Anybody. What, they don't want me here? You know what I'm saying? So now, and then also too, him trying to force his game. Now he's gotten to the point where in his mind that his game is what his game is, and it's coming to him. He's coming into his own at 23 years old. So I am ecstatic about him right now. And like I said before, I am a Knicks fan first. I'm in the Knicks hive. I'm not in no individual hive. I'm in the Knicks hive. So with that said, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the topic of RJ Barrett is always going to be divisive within the Knicks community. You know what I mean? You're always going to have two sides of the coin. There's going to be, in the end, everybody wants RJ to succeed, right? But the honeymoon period has been over for a few years now. So you're going to have the people that look at RJ a lot more critical because he is making $100 million now. He's a staple with this team. He is initially looked at as the face of these Knicks because he's young, with talent. And then you got the other people who rock with RJ from day one and just like, listen, there's more going on, let RJ cook, let him get it right. And both sides have their entitled to their opinion. And right now we're meeting in the middle because RJ is playing well. Like I said, I don't want to go too crazy with it because it's still early and I don't want to start like, damn, man, it's looking so good. Nah, come on, RJ. Like, I don't want that. So I just want to keep it going. I just want to, I don't even want to talk about it. I just want to watch.
I know.
But that's the same thing I was saying too. I was telling Corey, I'm like, yo, New York fans is not patient. You understand what I'm saying? They most New York fans want it now. because we used to winning. You understand what I'm saying? So we want it now. And you know what I'm saying? It's year 5. You know what I'm saying? So since we got him as number 3, we wanted it now. You know, so you know, as you said it's not linear. So every player takes time to develop. And we're seeing as I said before, we're seeing the fruits now. So, you know, I just hope it's consistent. That's all I'm saying. Make it be
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'm with you. Hey, look, our resident on the streets. Like you guys remember back in the day, hits from the streets from BET. Nah, I'm old. Forget it. Oh, my
You're
age,
not
man.
old, bro. You're not old.
Hey,
You're not old.
Wiz, I need a ride, please. I need to
Where you want to pick you up? Where you want to pick you up? Church and Utica?
No. I'm trying to get to South Florida. Let's go.
Yeah, I got
Well, listen,
South Beach.
yeah, Wiz, can I do a ride share? Stafford can pay the majority. I'll go halfway. Would take me me somewhere.
So pick up Ron first. Pick up Ron first, and then come pick me up South Carolina, and then we head down to Florida. Yeah,
there we go. That might work.
Let's do that.
All right, gents. What's up, gents? Peters,
What's good, Wiz? What's good?
What's good, brother?
I Steph. By the way, Ron, Jamaicans go bo bo bo. Trinidad go pew pew pew.
Wow, then what did the Guyanese do?
Like, blow. Anyway, Corey, sorry, I'm gonna come in there with some fire against you. You know, one of my pet peeves. There's one stat is a pet peeve stat of mine. Is the most points ever for a team and because it reminds me of Kramer. On Seinfeld, Kramer was the best martial artist in his class.
It's Mike.
Back and tell everybody, I'm the best martial artist in my class. I'm the top student. It was a class of 12-year-olds. He was in a class of 12-year-olds.
Mm-hmm,
so we just have the number 1 3-point shooter in Knicks history by Fournier, when the Knicks has been the worst 3-point shooting team in history. It doesn't really say much. 5,000 points. Okay, we've had some legends, but 23-year-old, because he started at 18, so at 23 is a difference when Patrick started at 22. If you go from Patrick's start to his 5th year, compare that time span, as well as, what was going on in the league at the time, because historically we weren't shooting a lot, and then give me his percentage, because with RJ, this year, like you're saying, Stephen, like you're saying, Ron, he stepped up his game, and Ron predicted it, Ron called it. Ron says, but you said the ball wasn't very high, but he went above the ball that you thought was even a possibility of what you're hoping for. You wanted a nice little step from where he's been. He took a major step from where he's been, and we're giving him credit for that. But we also acknowledging, 1, it's game 6 for him, so we don't know what his season is going to be like, and 2, 4 years of a number 3 draft pick, despite the non-linear growth pattern and development of a player, still is a critique. We gotta be hard on a player, because you guys gave Obi no time. Come on, man, play the year. What you doing? You guys, some people are giving Grimes 1.5 years to be like, come on, man. But neither of those guys started their first year. Neither of those guys have played 300 games plus, and you guys are calling them out when RJ has been playing 78 plus games every year for 4 straight years, and finally he's made a movement we expected and we hoped for. And yes, call me RJ hater, but I didn't want to draft RJ when he came out. I wanted to trade back and take 2 more later round, first round picks for RJ, or even push to the following year and get some weak team's first round pick, which would have been a very nice pickup. I'm not going to start throwing out the probabilities, but I'm going to say that RJ has shown this year what we've seen in spurts over the last 4 years, but right now it's still a spurt, like Stapper said. It's still a spurt, We need more, like you guys are saying, don't get scared because we lost those games, the 4 games we lost. Give me 20 games. With RJ, I think Stafford, you won a half season, right? I think Stafford was mid season. I just want 20 games of RJ efficiently scoring, intelligently passing, and productively defending, rebounding, and assisting. As
Mhm.
far as his game, that's productive. I don't want excellence. I want efficiency on the scoring, intelligent decision making when he passes out from the drives, or stop for the mid range when he don't have the drive, when he sees 2 or 3 men in front of him. And that's all I want from RJ. And he's done that and more this past 6 games he's played. But I need 20 games of that. And give me 16 of those 20 games like that. Don't give me 10 of those 40-point games and then 10 8-point games. Give me 16, like 22, 7, and 4 game where along the way you have some decent defense and intelligent decision making. And then I'm an RJ, fan more than that, not even close to Corey, but more than most other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna just say this. Okay, let me say 2 things first before I get to Wiz, because Wiz said some stuff that I gotta say some stuff, Wiz. First off, shout out to King Ribby in the building. What's good, King Ribby? Appreciate you as always, my brother. Uh, Ice Mike said RJ is the best draft pick since Ewing. He is the second best draft pick since Ewing. But I hear you. He might turn out to be the best draft pick since Ewing over his career with the Knicks. But let's not forget a guy named Kristaps Porzingis. Remember, before Kristaps got hurt, he was balling. Okay, so let's give Kristaps some credit. He was balling for these Knicks before he got hurt. But all right, I'm done with him. And I don't mean you, Ice Mike. I mean I'm done with Kristaps because he ain't here. He with the enemy. So let's move on from that. But to Wiz's point, look, RJ Barrett was dominant in junior high school. RJ Barrett was dominant in high school and on the AAU circuit. When he got to college, he was an adequate college player. I don't want to say dominant because he was also on a team with Cam Reddish and Zion, who was dominant. So I say he was a really good college player. Obi Toppin was dominant in college. So coming into the league, you would expect Obi Toppin to show some level of really good play. He doesn't have to show dominance because the NBA is a different animal, but it's you would expect to see some of that out here. Now, once again, with Obi, I know fans hate talking about Obi these days, how quickly we forget. Whatever happened to once a Knick, always a Knick. But anyway, whatever. When it comes to Obi works, but I don't know if he has the same level of work or puts in the same amount. Like it probably goes back to development. I've already criticized the Knicks organization for not necessarily understanding who RJ is at a certain point and changing his development cycle. Right. That's what I'm going to look at. This is my critique now for the Knicks organization. It's not that they don't develop players. It's that they have to understand who the player is after a certain amount of time and change their development cycle. They took too long to change RJ's development cycle. I think the same thing was happening with Obi. You got Obi working on certain things, but Obi's game is a certain way. So you have to develop Obi in a certain way. I don't want to say he doesn't work hard because he works hard. Because if you guys remember, I'm never going to take credit away from this young man. Because you guys remember when other players were going off to play after the summer league, and then they were going off to go on vacation and be with their families. Obi and IQ came back to Westchester and worked out. The two of them. They spent their whole summer at Westchester that year, that first summer league. I'm not knocking those dudes. Those dudes know how to work. So I'm not taking anything away from Obi. He works. It's about the development cycle and the Knicks putting him in the best position to develop and him understanding that he has to do what he has to do as well. It's the cycle and him understanding what works for my game. I'm athletic. I need to play better defense. How can I get to my spot? Obi's brother is a better defender than Obi is. So it's not like it can't happen. It's just what he focused on compared to what his brother focused on. So Obi needs to focus on the defensive side and rebounding, because he can shoot when he's hot, once he gets the reps up, and he definitely can score in other ways. We've seen Obi got some moves. His dribble is not the greatest, but when he wants to get down, he can get down, get to the rim, put it between his legs, go behind his back. I seen him do a layup. I seen him do an up and under, and he's got incredible hops. Obi will be fine on the offensive end going forward as long as he gets some consistency, gets some go-to moves. He'll be fine. He needs to improve on the other end, but he hasn't done all that yet. So because of that, when Knicks fans want to go in on Obi, by all means. Now, I do not let me just say this now to the Knicks fans that may be watching, or the Knicks fans out there on Twitter. I don't know, I don't think Twitter really watches us too much on YouTube, but if you do, I appreciate y'all. I don't like the whole it's an Obi watch now. Like I'm looking at my Twitter feed and like, oh, you see what Obi did tonight? He sucked, yo. I don't want to see that. Like, I'm happy let Obi be Obi. He's not on the Knicks. Let him do him. But I don't want people to just, now that Obi's gone, it's like it's either, oh, we messed up. Look at how good Obi's playing. Oh, Obi stinks. You see? This is why I'm telling y'all we got to get rid of Obi. Look at just let the dude live. He's a young man. Let him have his way out there. Let him do his thing. Like, that's it. Wish him the best. And who knows? You never know. You may see Obi again in a Knicks uniform. That's why you never say never. But I just think that Obi still has a lot of work to do. And the funny thing is, Obi left the situation with the Knicks fighting for playing time under a disciplinarian, tough type coach. He went to Indiana. He's not fighting for playing time, but there's some limitations there. So there's other guys that are there that need to play. They're not Julius Randle, but they still need some burn. So Obi's still dealing with a little of that. And he's under a tough disciplinary coach. So Obi's still in a similar situation right now.
How much minutes is he averaging? How much minutes and points is he averaging? If I may ask.
You know what? Because he's averaging like 20-something minutes a game. 20 minutes, 22, 21 minutes a game.
Let me see. I mean, I got the computer up. I might as well tell you guys. I hear you.
Fact check.
He is averaging 21. Okay, Corey. 21 minutes a game.
Obi starting but not finishing on the floor. End of second half, end of game. They use the backup more minutes down. Obi, he is shooting 22% from the three, 0 assists, and a few rebounds some games. Quote by Nick Yak.
Yeah. So I mean, but look, you want to go with the if we just, and this will be the last thing we say about him, because he ain't a Knick no more. I know how Knick fans get these days, but he's in 21 minutes. He's averaging 9 points in 9 games, right? A steal a game, which the steal a game is not bad. 0.4 assist. He could do better at that, especially if he wants to have longevity in this league. You got to pass the ball. Got to show you can move the ball. 3.2 rebounds. That number is not good. Okay, that 3.2 got to be higher for a 6'9" power forward in the league. 92% from the free throw. Now that's great. It's limited attempts, but it's still a good number. 25% from three. Right now, as you can see, he's struggling to find that 3-point shot. Once he gets that 3-point shot going, he shot better with the Knicks than that. So come on, we know he's a better 3-point shooter than that. 54% from the field. Now that's a really nice number. But I just kind of look at that like I don't think he's getting enough attempts, because that number probably would go down a little bit. And that's pretty much it with Obi. He just needs time. Once again, going back to the Knicks and every other team in the league, it's game 8. For them, it's game 9. When we get to game 25, we'll know what Obi is for that Indiana team. He's got some time to figure it out.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's like that for everybody, man. There's teams, they're all going through it.
True. Look at Memphis. Oh my goodness, one win. One win.
Come on, we know Memphis is better than that.
One win.
So I'm glad
Memphis,
you brought up the point, Ron. the aspect of development, I think Mitch is a better offensive player than the Knicks have developed him to be.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
I think they're totally missing out on that lob, the lobs that he has. Missed completely. He's too athletic, too quick. It's a waste to not have more lobs to Mitch every game. Right? Okay, so yeah, I don't know if he's a mid, as a 5 foot or a 10-foot jumper. I don't know if he has a little, I don't know, I don't know if he can do a little spin turn. I don't know if his pick and roll is really ideal, but I know that Mitch has more than the Knicks allowing him to do. And so even with RJ, I'm not saying it's RJ's fault, but yes, there is some development on the Knicks coaching staff and schemes by Tibbs that did not allow RJ to fully blossom at his maximum potential. So that's why I hold back on stats alone, right? I hold back on the numbers. Like right now with the offensive rebound numbers for Mitch, although I have a little caveat with it, when you compare his offensive rebound number to the all-time greats, I'm great to that. Compared to the Knicks greats, I don't know because I don't know how great the Knicks have been offensive rebound-wise. So when you give me a stat that's based on a team performance, I don't know if that's a real number to compare it to. Because if we've sucked all these years, last 50 years, then I don't care if you're averaging 2 rebounds a game, and if you're the best rebounder in the history of Knicks play, because we used to average 1 rebound a game, 2 rebounds still sucks. So now, my thing about Mitch, though, offensive rebound-wise, offensive rebounds.
Wait. Hold on, because I'm gonna forget. Hold on, Wiz. You talking about RJ and the rebounding?
No. Talk about just using that stat of rebound and saying it's all-time. Using that stat and saying it's all-time best.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh no, because I was just gonna say, because I'm just using it in reference to RJ, but it's the other players too. When we look at some of these, I'm big on that word. Like it's coined my phrase now, ancillary stats.
Yes.
Like I'm big on guys trying to do whatever they can to help impact the game. That's why I get on Quentin Grimes sometimes, because I just don't think he does enough with regards to assists or rebounding. Like we saw the other day, Donte Divincenzo flying in to grab a rebound.
That's crazy.
I would love to see Grimes do certain things like that too. Not get hurt, but go the extra mile to kind of help keep the game going. But what I would say with the Knicks team in particular, and I'm sure there's other teams like that, when you got guys that are really good at a certain thing, it's tough for you to focus on that. Sometimes you gotta, you're just not there. Like if RJ goes for a rebound and Mitch or Hart or Randle are all getting there before he gets there, I can't be mad at the dude. So that's why I was saying, just in reference to, I'm just throwing this out there, not saying you, Wiz, but that's why I say with rebounding, you kind of got to look at it with RJ like, okay, all right, he could do better, but I understand why he's not doing as well, because we're really good at rebounding.
And you kind of look at it because we're not very good at scoring. So when you're passing the ball, I did not get in. So even Brunson's numbers being low could reflect the team not being able to score very well compared to Brunson not passing the ball. Brunson is a little bit lacking in the passing part, setting guys up in the right place to get the right basket. So
right, and that's I'm gonna let you keep going, Wiz, but you saying something that triggers something in me that I keep remembering. That's a good point. Brunson having to be able to set up guys. And one good thing about Brunson, if you guys remember, if you look at old Dallas Maverick tape, one of the things I always liked about Brunson, because before we got him, when he was on the Knick radar years ago, I wasn't sure about Brunson. I'll be honest, because I was like, I don't know. I mean, he's behind Luka. I don't see him doing that much. But one of the things I did see, and when they played the Knicks, Brunson used to pass guys open. Brunson would throw the ball ahead of guys. They would get easy layups. I'm like, look how this dude. One game he sliced us up. I was like, oh, this kid Brunson is nice. So we just don't. It's not that he can't do it. It's just in this Knicks setup right now, it's going to take some time for Brunson to get comfortable with everybody, for guys to get comfortable with their shots, and for Brunson to see, okay, I can pass to this guy. He's going to get it's not about him getting an assist, but it's about him finishing. Because when they don't finish, Brunson takes it upon himself. Okay, I got to finish. I got to do it. But go ahead, Wiz. My fault.
So with the offensive rebound part, here's my caveat with Mitch's offensive rebound. I think your offensive rebounds are dependent on your team being terrible shooting. If your team shoots well, you can't get offensive rebounds, right? So the worse your team is at shooting, the more chance you get offensive rebounds, which is why the
Yeah,
Knicks,
but we know our team can't shoot. We know our team can't shoot.
rebounds is higher than normal because we have bad shooters, and because we're such bad shooters, and you practice with a guy. If you know basketball well enough, you know where the ball's gonna bounce. If you know the players you're playing against well enough, you know that RJ normally shoots and misses off to the left quite often. He shoots. You know that when IQ shoots, shoots a little long, and then bounces right back to the walls of center. So if I practice with you all the time and know every time Ron shoots, he misses to the right. When you think
No, but rebounds come with effort, yo. It got a lot of tall players in the NBA that let rebounds go. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't agree with that.
But there's three categories: it's effort, it's instincts, and it's actually knowing the history, knowing the knowledge, and watching tapes and seeing where rebounds go, but also practicing with them. So if I know that Ron always misses to the right, then when Ron is shooting, I'm the center. I'm drifting to box out a guy on the right side of the rim 90% of the time because that's where Ron's gonna miss. So part of which is offensive rebounds. I'm not trying to take away anything from him. He's doing a phenomenal job. But part of it is we're not very good shooters, and he practices with these guys who are not very good shooters who miss the same way generally. So he's able to set up better to get into place for the rebound based on his effort and his skill set and his athleticism. So I'm giving him the credit, but there's a little bit of caveat in there that if you have a bad shooting team, there are more rebounds to get. And if you're a bad shooting team and you practice with them all the time, you know their tendencies and you're more likely to know where the ball's going to bounce, what other team's going to do. I'm just saying that. I'm not trying to diffuse, which is great start, but I want to bring I want to bring it down a little bit on the enthusiasm about 7 offensive rebounds a game. Part of it is your team sucks in shooting. I'm just saying. So I'll be devil's advocate.
That's fair, Wiz. I mean, that's fair. And to Ivory 10's point, salute to you. He said, I'm not sure if the Knicks have bad shooters or if they have bad shot creators. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Because that does play into things. And to Paris Duggar's point, what's Indiana's record with Obi? Listen, I'm with you, Parrish. I know you're still upset that Obi's not here, and maybe he should still be here. But like I said, it got too crazy because when you look at everything involved, I think Obi knows that he should still be on this Knick team. And I think the Knick front office knows that Obi should still be here on this Knick team. The problem is Obi went left and Tibbs went right. And neither one of them wanted to go to the middle. At one point, Obi just said, I'm done. Like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Maybe it was look, we go back to different things and we just got to call it for what it is. There was a point in the end of the season 2 years ago when Obi played in the last 6 games of the season, and they decided to rest or sit Julius Randle because he was injured. Remember that fake injury stuff that they just didn't want to, they didn't want to mess up draft status and all that. And what the Knicks do, wind up winning games and messing up the draft status anyway. Whatever. Damn it, Knicks. But the point was, in those last 6 games of the season, OB got busy, right? You saw him running through teams. He even dropped a 40 piece on somebody. He had a couple 30 pieces in there too. IQ went crazy. He had a 30 piece or two with a triple double and a 30 piece. You saw how they got busy, right? But in that time, when they interviewed him at the end of the game, they asked him, what's different? What did he say? Confidence. I just wasn't feeling good about my game. I wasn't feeling good about myself. Who was the one making him feel, bad about his game and bad about himself? It was Tom Thibodeau. Struggling with his confidence, and Obi just couldn't take Thibodeau's way of coaching. You know what I mean? It's way from that. That was like, and I'm like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. I'm trying to explain to you guys how this stuff never changes sometimes with certain players. That was then. Then we go into last year and all the stuff that happened. Obi just feeling like I still can't get out there and get on the court. Even when I play well, you taking me out. I make one mistake, you still not letting me get my run out there, and you making me seem like I'm the reason for all of this other stuff. That's how Obi's looking at it, because Obi has seen Tibbs do that to him consistently for years now. And it just got to a breaking point getting into the playoffs. Obi was playing, when we were struggling, Obi was still giving us consistent time, consistent minutes, and doing good stuff. Tibbs wasn't giving him extra time for that. It wasn't really acknowledging, still going back to his same lineups, even though other guys were struggling. You weren't getting much offensively from Grimes, even though you needed his defense. You weren't getting anything from Quickly. You saw at certain games, you had no Julius because he was out, or when he was there, he didn't look like he was there. Then he had some good stuff from him, giving him, in fairness. But Obi's looking at this like, what do I got to do? We losing and you just letting us lose. You got Fournier on the bench here. You got Derrick Rose on the bench over here. I'm sitting next to them. I'm hearing them talk. They ain't happy. And I'm like, I'm out there. I'm playing. And you still ain't giving me the time. I make one little mistake. You take me out the game. We losing. They didn't get nothing from the guys out there. Put me back in. You still got me on the bench. Obi's just a young guy. He got too frustrated, and that was it. He said the wrong thing. He lashed out. Tibbs was like, oh, I'm not the one. And that was it. So there you go. So
Tibbs is petty. Tibbs is petty.
I told y'all, Tibbs is petty, man. Tibbs don't listen. He don't say a lot, but what he does say, you got to listen.
Yeah, if a man ain't married at his age, something's going on with him, like mentally. And that's not, I mean, not to knock him, but certain people just are hard to work with. You understand what I'm saying? In life. So, it is what it is. I worked with some petty people in my life, and I looked that up, and it'll be something that you done did 2 years ago, and they still hold it. They say they forgive you, but deep in their heart, they still hold on to it because that's what they have. That's what motivates them to move them, or that's just their thought process. So it is what it is.
And he was more directly in line with. Well, we all know that Tibbs give Randle all kind of leeway, and to be right behind them and seeing it. So the other players see it, but they're not suffering because they're not right behind him in playing time. With everybody saying, "Oh yeah, Randle gets a break on that." Even RJ could probably say it, but Randle was right in front of Obi, and watching Randle go, 1 for 10 from 3, and then they go, "What's up? Why is he still in there?" And then. Then he slacks off in his defensive moves, running back, and you're like, why is he still in there? Can I just get 2 minutes so I can talk to him and say, yo, Randle, get in the game? Even that, he wasn't getting that. So yes.
Hey, Ron, let me adjust what he just said. Listen, I was just on for the Love of the Game, and I was trying to explain the hard will as a coach. When you're a coach, and I coached high school football for like 15 years since I've been here in Atlanta area. And when you're a coach, you have to manage people. You have to manage egos. You have to manage expectations. You understand what I'm saying? Now, Obi does not give us what Randle gives us. You understand what I'm saying? 20, 10, and 5. Obi is not that guy. He's not going to give us 20, 10, and 5. Not right now. And so you have to, unfortunately, massage certain people's egos. And I think it was Freezy who said it the other day. There's a give and take with that, as far as how you know what I'm saying. He may give some leniency over here to this, but certain things are expected to come back another way. So a certain type of reciprocation comes back towards Tibbs. So it's unfair, but it's the politics of the NBA. And dealing with people, and especially dealing with people in a work environment. You understand? So you can't expect, even though there's a set of rules, there's also a different set of rules. Michael Jordan, there was a set of rules for Michael Jordan that Phil Jackson had, and there was a set of rules that he had for B.J. Armstrong. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand that. It's not fair, but it is what it is. And if it works, you got to make it work. You got to find your way in there, and you got to find a way to make yourself fit. And unfortunately, Obi just did not do that, and he allowed himself. You know what I'm saying? That's about maturity too, as coming into your own as a man. You got to find your way of being to express yourself, but also to be heard. Because I could talk to you all day, and you can hear what I'm saying, but you're not listening. You understand what I'm saying? So
even Michael got brought back down to earth by Phil. Even Michael got told, Michael, you gotta pass more. Even Michael got brought raining on the stuff. Michael was putting up 40 points a game before, Phil came there and said, "Yo, dude, you alone, you can't do it by yourself." And when
okay,
all for when
okay,
they go team you gotta pass the ball. So that's where
okay,
the other guy they're
okay.
shot.
I get Rob. I get. Excuse me, Wiz. I get that. But do you think that the tone of voice was different compared to when he was talking to Jim Paxson or somebody like that?
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't treat him different, but it's a level. There's a point where he started bringing him back down. I don't think they ever brought Randle back down at any point in time to go, Randle, 1 for 10 from 3 right now. How do I rein that in at some point? There's a point we got to. I never saw him reining it with Randle. I've never seen Randle got reining in my tips. So that's my concern is that when you're right there behind him and you're watching that happen, it's not about your psyche as much as recognizing that I'm not a value to you compared to this guy. I gotta go. So once you start to disconnect, which is what Obi did, you can't really blame him for not being ready to run into the game at any moment in time because his point in most games is going to be, I assume Ryan's going to play 40 plus minutes. And when you walk to the game like that, it's tough to bring yourself ready to run into the game and start shooting and start scoring. I mean, definitely Obi has his flaws. I'm not trying to defend Obi. I'm actually glad they traded him. I'm an Obi fan, but I'm glad he got traded. He's gonna get wasted in New York right now because Randle is too good. But there's a point where I thought Tibbs did a disservice to both him and Randle by not rating Randle in a little bit more, especially when Randle has some serious games where you can see that mentally he was off, emotionally something was going on, and physically his game was off, and you're like, I gotta stick with my boy because that's my boy, and that's just Tim's way. Tim sticks with his boys, and unfortunately sometimes it bites him, in either where. But we behind him is a point where you gotta at some point go, yo, I'm tired. I gotta get my shine and I gotta move. I wouldn't be surprised if next year if IQ doesn't walk, because unless they match it, I think IQ may get an offer that the Knicks are gonna have to, kind of like let it go. And I wouldn't be shocked if Sims or Deuce walks as well. They're both up to go, right? They may walk. It's not about even getting matched anymore. It's a point where they're gonna be like, I gotta get some shine, and I'm not gonna get it here because I know who's ahead of me. And who's ahead of me right now is better than me. So I gotta find a place I can contribute. And so there's no debating about who's better and whether he's worth it or not. The debate is the player that's sitting there on the bench right now or getting 10 minutes a game, is that player satisfied with where he's at? And almost every scenario in those two cases, most of them are not going to be. I think Sims may be more than anybody else because he's glad to just be there on an NBA team and learning and being in New York. I think they're going to be other players like IQ and Deuce who may be like the 6 guys in the team, man. I'm not going to be one of the top 4.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hear you. I mean, that listen, it's tough, man. It's tough. There's a lot being said right now. We got to see how it all shakes out. I see a lot going on in the chat. This is, man, a lot going on with this Obi talk. I tell you that. And shout out to Worldwide L in the building. Since you brought it up, Corey Lee, shout out to Worldwide L and Hard Will. The shoot, damn it. I said I was gonna do this and I forgot, man. I told you I'm trash sometimes with my memory, man. Worldwide L, or maybe Corey, if you remember, who's the young lady that's on the show with them?
Beige.
Yeah, Beige. Shout out to Beige for Worldwide L, Hard Will, and Beige, the new addition to the show. She's dope, and she knows her stuff as well. So please support the show for the love of the game.
I'm gonna double camera this bomb in the dialogue after last night.
Okay. I don't know what that's about, but all right. So shout out to For the Love of the Game. That's right. The number 4 OUR, Love of the Game. Show them some love, please. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff for these brothers. Shout out to Danny Landis. What's good, Danny? Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Kaiser Soze 718 in the building. He said, Obi, first off, he said, why are we talking about this guy? He's not even on the Knicks anymore. I hear you, Kaiser. But Obi is getting his chance with the Pacers, but we made a mistake not getting a power forward in return. We should have gotten Jalen Smith back in return. Well, I'm going to tell you what I said before. Unfortunately, the Knicks didn't want anybody in return. They basically, I hope all the Knicks fans understand this. Look, it's no clearer than this. The Knicks gave Obi away, okay? Because the Knicks could have gotten a player back. You already know they could have gotten Duarte back easily because the Knicks traded Obi to them. They got 2 second-round picks. Then the Pacers traded Duarte to another team and got 2 second-round picks. We easily both could have swapped both players. They didn't want that. The Knicks did not want a player with a contract that they have to pay for. They wanted those 2 second-round picks, and they wanted that trade exception. That trade exception, shout out to D's World of Hoops, when we were talking about, we found out that trade exception was used in the acquisition of Donte Divincenzo. So they needed it. The Knicks were handicapped. Listen, it is what it is, guys.
Right.
So,
yeah, and sardines.
So just keep that in mind. Unfortunately, that's how it worked out. The Knicks did what they wanted to do. But I hear you, though. Shout out to JJP in the building. He said, man, Rick Carlisle is worse than Tibbs when it comes to pressuring players. So keep that in mind, guys.
There's a different perspective about how pressure is applied. I think,
true.
For example, I just thought about Bobby Knight, the coach, Indiana University.
Uh-huh.
That is puts pressure on his players. You know who else puts pressure on his players? Deion Sanders. 2 different kind of pressures.
Right.
Both probably same amount of pressure.
Right. Well, yeah, because Bob Knight was him putting pressure on you to be better. And what is wrong with you? Why aren't you getting this? We go over this. You can do this. You can be better. But he choke you out too. Like Bobby Knight was a little wild with it, right? So R.I.P. Bobby Knight, by the way.
Right. He was aggressive, choking.
Yeah,
players.
he was very different with it. All right. Well, Deion is more of I'm gonna use what is that? Constructive criticism, but that's not the word I'm looking for, but whatever. It's
the approach. It's the approach.
No, what's the word? It's whatever. The point is he would big you up, right? And understand that, look, you're not doing something right. This is what we need you to do. It's us against them. It's a different approach. Like, it's we can do it. They saying we can't do it. We can do it. I need you to believe we can do it. It's like it's different. It's different. So I hear you.
Like a reverse psychology.
Yeah, it's a reverse psychology. Yes. So yeah, that it is what it is. And shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you once again for the generous super chat. You know what? Paris says a lot of things here. And I am not gonna and this is other people too. I'm not gonna lie that he might be right with this one. This may be true.
Right?
This may be true.
Again, Paris, right? What's the date?
Wiz about to Wiz said what? You just said Paris is right. I can't believe it. I can't take it. I'm in this car. I got to get out of here.
If I know the ledge.
I hear you, Wiz. I know.
That's the first time this year you had to use that.
Yeah. Thank you, Wiz. So he says if we traded Fournier and a pick and kept Obi to play on that second unit with Divincenzo and crew. Now, I don't know if we could have got Divincenzo if we would have kept Obi, but maybe they could have figured out another way to do it. We would be favorites in the East. We would be lethal. Now, I know we get on Obi because we want to see more from Obi, but I will say Obi was already here. Obi was comfortable, and we've seen Obi have moments where he definitely lended something to the game. So I do think that Parrish might be right, because that would have allowed us to keep that backup power forward. And the second unit to me is running really nicely. If they had Obi, I think they would be running even better.
But I don't
So
think we would.
I could have.
I don't think
Go
we
ahead,
would.
go ahead, Safa.
I don't think we would have been the favorites.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if we would have been the
Celtics and-
favorites, but we would have been
and-
really good. We would have been really good.
No, they still dubbing us as either number 3, 4 best team in the East. Right? This is going into the season, quote unquote. Right? So we still had our rank up there, regardless if we had Obi or not.
I think with Obi and this
we now him saying that how if we had kept Obi and Divincenzo, the second best unit, yes, that would have been lethal, because you see how our second unit is playing now. So yeah, I give him credit for that. When saying, okay, if we had Obi in the second unit, we would have been lethal. But to the favorites, nah. I have to say now we would have been still where we'd be at, like the 3rd or 4th best team in the East. But Philly is turning it around. They 7-1, so you know what I mean?
I'm gonna say this. Excuse me, Staffer. You're asking Tibbs to expand his roster to 10. Like I said, Tibbs is doing what he's gonna do. Somebody was not gonna get no burn regardless. So I doubt it. He's not going from 9 to 10. So that would never happen. That would have never happened. It's something had to give in order to change came, and it is what it is. And I'm happy for it. And I look forward to what we got going on now.
Yeah. I agree with that. It is what it is, guys. We just have to listen. Hope Obi has a nice career wherever he goes. And like I said, you never know, never say never, because we still got to figure out what's going to happen with this Knicks team down the line. But for right now, he's not here. So much respect to him. And let's keep bigging up our guy, Julius.
Is it Knox available right now?
For what?
Ball boy.
What would you say, Wiz? Sorry, my headphones had just went off. Say that again.
You said, is it Knox available? And I was like, for what? What is he available for?
Yeah, I don't know. Nah, I'm done. I'm cool on Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox can go in that Cam Reddish bag. Put him in that bag.
Take away Ryan's spot. I'm sorry. That's the elephant in the room. Why is Ryan on the team? Okay, you know what? Let me stop, because guess what? In fairness, guys, listen, we already seen the Knicks doing it without having a solid backup power forward right now. If they wanted to go out and get Kevin Knox to be the backup power forward, I wouldn't be totally upset about it. I mean, he can do something out there, but I've just questioned. I can't. No, but seriously, if Kevin Knox just showed confidence in himself and his game, that's all I need. Whatever else he gives us, I know he's going to give us something, because Kevin Knox got game. He just don't have no confidence in it. Mm-hmm. Like, that's all it is. He's got no confidence in his game. He can't keep it going, because the guy got skills. But
thanks to Fizdale. That's Fizdale destroyed that one. Fizdale broke him. So, I mean, it is what it is. You got to move on, man. That's the one thing, Knicks fans, we got to move on. Once a player's gone, you just got to move on. You know, for real.
I want Archie out. That's what I want to.
Facts.
I want Ryan. Yeah. I want Tommy DeVito to be gone. I'm sorry. I'm a hurt fan.
Listen, man. Like I'm trying to keep my own sanity. Wiz, don't talk to me about these Giants, man. I can't deal. I can't deal, brother. It's too much. It's too much. I'm a Knicks fan, a Giant fan, and a Met fan. If I don't need a break, who needs a break? Come on, man. I can't do it. Anyway, so that being said, I wanted to also get into this gentleman real quick. I'm not going to put up any stats for him because, quite honestly, just keeping it real, his stats don't look as good as they have for his career. But it's still got to give him some time. He's still getting acclimated, but you can see he's playing much better, and you can see what he adds to the mix when he's out there. Donte Divincenzo, folks, got to give this young man some credit because now you see why the Knicks brought him in. Now, I know some people are still not sold on Donte. They still need to see more, and that's fair. But it's the hustle stats. It's the little things. It's good fundamental basketball. Now, I'm not saying he's perfect. Sometimes he goes in and, this guy attempts layups that you think he should be finishing, and he's missing some layups because he's getting to his spot quick. He's trying to make something happen. And I've never seen him miss this many layups to start a season. It is what it is. I get it. I understand. I know he'll clean it up. But like stuff like that, but still keep in mind, he's getting to the basket to make the layup. But you just got to clean it up, be a little bit slower with your motion once you get to the rim and calm down a little bit. But he's aggressive in the passing lanes. He's aggressive in the half court sets. Jumping those passing lanes, also picking people's pockets. That's one thing about Divincenzo too. Outside, not too many Knicks on this team are good at getting steals like off their man, just ripping them. Donte's pretty good at just picking their pocket. So he's good at that. You see he's got athleticism. You see him flying in for rebounds. If the rebound's there and it's in his vicinity, he's going for it. You see him, he's the type of player that will dive on the floor for the ball. Like, we need that. And it's smart IQ because he knows he's been on good teams and he knows what good basketball looks like. And I'm not saying he's going to make the greatest play every single time. It's just he's seen enough of it so that he can help us make better plays out there. And so I just think you gotta like, we've already seen 2 games of Donte Divincenzo getting us around 16 points out there. His shot is coming along. It's going to take some time. He's still not comfortable yet, because I've seen already historically he shot better for a season than he's done so far with the Knicks. This is the worst shooting he's done so far in the league has been right now with the Knicks. So all I'm saying is give him some time. He's already had 2 games where he shot 60% from 3. One, he shot 42% from 3. And so, just give him some time. It'll get more comfortable. It's been 8 games. He's had games of 12, 16, and 16. Just give him some time to get it all together, and we'll continue to see the value that he adds for this Knicks team. There's Wiz. And so, yeah, what's your thoughts on Donte Divincenzo? Let me start with you, Wiz.
I always liked his game. I've read the articles. I've saw some highlights from his younger days, and man, he's a better shooter than Josh Hart to me, man. He's a better shooter than more athletic Josh Hart, and that's actually impressive to me. So I see the value. I see why Tibbs likes him, and I see, especially that last game, like I said, the move he did where he jumped into that rebound and then popped to the corner and then got that 3. I mean, that's a valuable asset for us. I'm actually pleased with him. I'm actually glad we got him. I'm not sure if we overpaid for him or for Josh, but I think no, for him, I think it was the right salary. I would think Josh got a little bit too high. I think he and Josh should have the same salary, personally. I think that personally, that's what I know. Josh is a little bit older, but I think they should have the same salary because they're going to do about the same kind of thing I want from them. But I like his game. I'm pleased with it.
Okay, and that's fair. I think on the surface you're not wrong, and I think a lot of Knicks fans will agree with you that maybe Josh is a little bit overpaid. But what I will say is sometimes you pay for something other than just the numbers, right? Josh Hart brings a level of intensity to him, and sometimes what you don't take into account is how that affects other players on the court. Sometimes you bring a guy in because not only do you're going to get this from that player, but that if this player is on the court, other guys are going to respond because they're playing with him. It's the same thing that happened with Reggie Bullock. I didn't like the Reggie Bullock signing. Reggie Bullock came here and basically gave this team identity when he was here. And other guys started stepping up with Reggie Bullock and the way Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton were playing defense. Other guys on the team started to step up and started to play better defense. I mean, I'll never forget. It's my last thing I'm gonna say about that and move on. I'll never forget, watching the Knicks play. It was the first half of basketball against Milwaukee. And in that first half, especially in the second quarter, I saw the Knicks play the most incredible defense I've ever seen a year 2000 Knicks team play. Not the 90s. The 90s were ridiculous. Them dudes balled. They know how to play defense. That first half going into that second quarter, when they went into that second quarter, when I seen Elfrid Payton flying around, when I seen Reggie Bullock flying around, RJ was getting at it, Derrick Rose was getting crazy with the defense. They was going nuts in that second quarter. I never seen them play that type of defense since. Just saying. It was it was ferocious. Okay. But yeah, anyway. So sometimes you bring in a guy not only just for the numbers that he can bring, but it's also the mentality and how he affects other guys out there on the court with him. Because Josh Hart is a smart player. Sometimes he tries to push the envelope a little bit. When he tries to push those breaks, he makes some bad passes sometimes. I'm not saying he's the wonderful, but he has a good idea about how basketball should be played. And I think it helps to have him here. Yes, it's a little bit of an overpay. Agreed with that. So what's going on, Corey? What do you think about Donte Divincenzo and his additions to this team? Oh, and shout out to New Knicks City and Squad and other people, because I see that nickname is starting to run around. Divincenzo. Yeah, I think I've heard Stafford say it too. Yeah, Corey.
I like the things. I see him, taking a lot of pressure off of Brunson as being a ball handler, and Brunson can pretty much go slide over and play the two a little bit more. I see his hustle and I see what he brings to the team. I'm not my expectations of him are not high. Were never high. But I do appreciate the hard work and the effort that he gives to this team. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wish they would have really addressed the backup power forward, but I see what Tibbs and them trying to do it. Instead of getting a backup power forward, we're gonna rebound as a team as a whole, rebound by committee. So with that said, hey, I like it, and I love the on-ball defense. Now that on-ball defense is decent, considering somebody coming off the bench. So I mean, I like them, and I we'll see. For me, like Stafford Don like to say, the jury's still out, so I don't have any opinions. So I reserve my opinion on Donte, but so far from what I see.
Yeah, I hear you. And shout out to the Knicks defense and Tibbs' defensive scheme. I have been watching and trying to pay attention to what I'm seeing out there. And listen, the Knicks are number 2 or number 3 right now. I haven't checked today. I should have. My bad. My apologies. In overall team defense, as far as points given up. So the defense is defensing. Okay, they're playing defense. Now we get on them because we get mad because they give up so many perimeter threes and stuff to teams that. But let me tell you something. I'm starting to go back to my Thibodeau stance a couple years ago. I don't think Thibodeau cares. At first, I was like, okay, I've seen it a lot. That's the one hole, and he's letting us get beat by this. But now that I know the numbers back up what he's doing, at this point, I don't think Thibodeau cares about the defense again. It goes back to that year, the most improved Julius Randle year, the year we were the 4th seed with Payton and Bullock. In that year, the Knicks did give up threes. Because I think Thibodeau's going back to that whole, okay, we're going to lock down everything else. Those twos, the interior with Mitch, you ain't getting nothing in here. Take the 3. Take those long 3 shots. If you hot, you hot. But most of the time, you're gonna miss those shots. We already grabbing all the rebounds. I think this plays back into his other philosophy that he was employing a couple of years ago when he had enough defense and good rebounding that he thought he could do it. I think he's back to doing that again. He's allowing teams to take the three. Now he wants you to take the three so that we can get the rebounds and go from there, and we'll lock down all the other, because we're locking down them, all these teams. We're number 3 and number 2 in the league in defense. So I think it's working the way Thibodeau wants it to work. It's just there's going to be some nights where a team is going to shoot lights out and it's going to mess up Tibbs' plan, but that's not going to happen every night. So
yeah, I
go ahead,
agree.
Stafford. My fault.
No, you good, you good. I definitely it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. That drop back defense, yeah. Go ahead. I dare you to shoot because you ain't gonna keep up that percentage the whole night. But anyway, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Oh, just your thoughts on Donte Divincenzo.
Oh,
and,
Donte, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's 8 games into the season. He's getting more comfortable in the second unit. I think we brought him here especially for more shot creating as far as threes. Also to a lot more defense, and also we see that he could fly around and grab more rebounds better than a certain player that's in Indiana. But anyway, we see his value, we see his hustle, but one of the things that I noticed that his finishing around the rim is very low. I think it's what's it called? Cleaning the glass. If you check it, his around the rim percentage is very low. So he needs to buck up on that, right? But otherwise, and also he could make some careless turnovers also too. But it's still early. He's getting accustomed to playing with us. It's only 8 games. As I said earlier, 20 games, 25 games, we'll see what Donte, is all about. We know what he's all about. We know he's a good player, but let's see in this system and this role in 20, 25 games, see what he is, right? Because I know some people calling for him to start, so let's see. But right now he looks like he's gelling real good with the second unit. He's playing good. He's making his threes, so it looks good. So I ain't got no qualms right now, but he's cooking right now. He's here he's doing what he was brought here to do. So I ain't mad.
Okay. I mean, I'm rocking. I you just got to give it time, but we definitely starting to see. This is why I keep telling everybody just be patient. I'm no Nostradamus. Nostradamus. I'm just calling it how I see it. Like I know we got to watch and let it happen because it's a long NBA season. It's going to take some time. You know what I mean? So we're starting to see him play better and better out there, and he's still not even comfortable yet. He still hasn't shown you the typical numbers that he's displayed throughout his career. So give it time, and once we get to that point, I mean, who knows with this team? Like we need everybody to lock in and keep playing. That type of basketball that we need in order to win games consistently in this league. It's going to happen though. I'm feeling very, very confident about it. So I got 2 last things. Okay, guys, I want to get into the preview of tomorrow's game versus the Charlotte Hornets. It's a matinee game at 12 o'clock. So don't forget that, guys. I know you might be having plans for tomorrow. Remember, the game's at 12 o'clock. So you come on thinking, oh, I'm ready to see the game at 6 or 7 and game over. So don't do that to yourself.
It's 9 a.m. my time, by the way. 9 a.m. my time.
Oh, geez, that stinks, man. Make some breakfast salmon.
Exactly.
Don't forget
So
with the
yeah.
grape jelly. You gotta have some grape jelly.
Oh yeah, I mean, you could actually make a nice little breakfast salmon. You know what I mean, with some grits, some cheese grits or something. You know, no, let me tell you what to do, Wiz. But
Put
I'm just
some
saying.
jerk seasoning. I put some jerk seasoning on it, man.
That's what I'm talking about. You a jerk, so the seasoning works. You know what I mean? Oh, my bad. My fault, Wiz. Sorry. My bad.
Man. Oh, I
Nah,
gotta correct that for that.
you be
Okay.
coming for my dance moves, man. Nah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, to be. Hey, come on now. Okay, all right, I'm done. All right, so I wanted to talk about this real quick. I almost forgot. I was just gonna get into the game preview, but I gotta talk about this real quick because I know this is something that Knicks fans don't want to hear.
Gently.
NBA exec, New York Knicks engaged in a civil war. So, former NBA executive Amin El Hassan suggested that the New York Knicks will make no progress until they solve a civil war on the roster. And you might
I
be
read
saying,
that story.
yeah, you might be saying, what the hell is he talking about? What do you mean civil war on the roster? Well, so he was on the Sirius XM NBA radio show Give and Go. And on that show, he was talking about there is a war. Oh, by the way, he was the Phoenix Suns assistant director of basketball operations, if you remember him. I mean, if you saw his face, you've seen his face before. He says that the war is in between the guys that know how to play and the guys that don't.
It's funny. That was funny.
He says the guys that don't know how to play are the guys that are more impulsively and play with more of their emotions involved. Ooh, I wonder who he's talking about when he says guys who are overly emotional on the court. He placed prominent franchise faces like RJ Barrett and Julius Randle in that category. First off, as you can see, this is a blanket statement that he already formulated coming into the season. Because if you're watching RJ Barrett, I know he's not looking at what RJ's doing and saying, oh, maybe I should tweak my statement. Oh, no, I already said it. I got to run with it. But whatever. He says, I think on one side, you got Jalen Brunson. You got the Villanova guys, basically. You got, I believe, you got, I believe, Quentin Grimes. I think Isaiah Hartenstein is in there. He says Mitchell Robinson is very limited in what he can and can't do on the floor. So he's not really So he's not really asked to make any decisions. Guys are just playing emotional impulse basketball. You can get through a regular season on impulse basketball. You can't get anywhere in the playoffs on impulse basketball. Ooh. Okay, he has something to say. He has something to say. Okay.
I want to answer this right now.
Go ahead, Corey. That's it. I'm done. That's what he said.
I want to answer this right now. You talking to somebody former something. Former, you ain't got no job, bro. Stop! Don't come over here in New York stirring the pot of BS just because you got something to say. Now I don't know what you got to axe to grind over here in New York with somebody, but I don't see that. I don't see that, and the fact that I'm just hearing about this. I mean, I heard glimpses of this before. I heard people, dancing around with this, but this is Knicks for clicks. This is Knicks for clicks. And it's and then the fact that you would say something like this is ridiculous right now from what I've seen. Until it shows his ugly head, go kick some rocks, dude. Kick some rocks. For real.
Well, let me give you my take from my perspective, Corey.
Wait. Hold on 1 second, Wiz. Let me just say this stupid comment real quick. See, I really should have capitalized on this. I really should have put like the Avengers Civil War as the thumbnail and put like Julius and the different Knicks as the faces of the Avengers. But whatever, continue. Go ahead, Wiz. My fault.
You should have capitalized, man. This is fun. Anyway, let me give the first opinion of a jerk. Anyway, I'm gonna remember that word. Gonna remember that when I see you, son. Gonna, we're gonna have a dance off. That's what we're gonna have to embarrass you. I'm gonna give you briefly on my career. I mostly have been invested in trading stocks, options, bonds, etc. I listened to one lack of knowledge source of information once. This girl who thought about the possibility of, yo, those cats from Jersey, those rappers are wearing Timberlands. I wonder if Timberland stocks are gonna go up next quarter. She had no idea about investing. I followed her line of thinking. I made my biggest initial investment profit in my career at the time, based on a source that I totally would normally dismiss. 20 years later, a cat, I will give you the background on someone who was thinking about almost no relevance except he had my phone number. And he had zero credibility and said, you got to look at this thing, Frank. You're an investor. You got to look at this thing. Just put $1,000 into this. I just think it's something that you would love and it's going to be great. I dismissed him completely. And 8 years later, it ended up being, when it went from $1 per to 20-something thousand dollars per Bitcoin. I dismissed this information completely. I choose not to dismiss any sort of information. I think there's always some bit of truth or credibility in every sort of information. So, Corey, unfortunately, I'm not going to dismiss this possibility that he may have, maybe sour grapes. He may be, Knicks or clicks for Knicks. It may be all kind of possibilities. However, there is an underlying pattern in the team that could suggest there's some truth to it. I don't want to dismiss it. So yes, are we going to overcome it? Are we going to, dismiss it in a way that the team itself is going to overcome and work through it, and it doesn't really show itself in a way that does not become productive? Do we have players who emotionally during the playoffs can be vulnerable to getting beat because of their emotionality? I'm not going to dismiss the possibility because I've seen, I think, some examples of it. So, yes, there's some truth. I put not enough faith into it. I'm going to give it maybe a 3 out of 10 on how much I will put into it, to how much it can affect the team. That's my thoughts.
This is cap. This is straight cap. I'm sorry, but this is
Okay.
straight cap.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you this. My take when I first read it, I didn't really pay no attention because if even our own guy, the Podfather, he sees everything, he would have normally brought it up. Other podcasters would have probably brought it up. So it was when I read that, as you were saying, it was just Knicks for clicks, just trying to get attention because when he haven't even commented on New York's basketball before he came off of ESPN. He was doing, and I still think he's with what's his name, Dan Levitard. I think he works for them also too. So. Him having a take on New York basketball was very odd. Even though he was on KnicksFanTV the other day giving his opinion or whatever, so be it, right? But I think everything he's saying was just cap. Civil War, like, really? You don't see that on the floor because a team out there is in civil war, doesn't like each other, I wouldn't play for each other, I wouldn't try to be winning, right? They wouldn't get along with each other. So, and if that's the case, they really playing a good act on the court. You understand what I'm saying? Pretending to like each other, pretending to playing basketball, liking each other, even though they have a job to do. Sometimes you got to be cordial, fine, but that's just Knicks for clicks for me, man. That's just an outrageous comment. You know what I mean? Villanova boys against this crew, and it's not even like that, man. You know what I mean? It's just a bunch of guys that know each other and used to play with each other back then. They together now, playing fine, and then you have a core that's been with each other for a long time, and you have to make a team like that gel. So him trying to trying to build drama around New York, like how we was before, just a bunch of drama and everything is just drama in New York. No, we don't have that no more, yo. So it's a bunch of BS to me, and it's cap, and I never really fed into it. As I said before, if I don't hear some of the all major guys talking about it, I'm surprised that Ron, you even brought it up. You know what I mean? But it's a bunch of BS to me, man.
Well,
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say this one more thing, and then I'm gonna be done with it. I could see it if they were talking about a team like maybe Charlotte. I could see if they were talking about a team like Washington that have these divisive players in there. You know who are like mixing oil, water and oil. You understand what I'm saying? But us, nah. Mm-mm. I'm sorry, Ron, but that right there, you just blew my whole high.
I
And I
hear
was
you,
good.
brother.
I was good until I heard that
I hear
stupidity.
you.
Some people get on these platforms and they don't understand the power that they have, and they're very irresponsible with their mouths. You understand what I'm saying? Because they don't think before they speak. They just speak because they have the opportunity to speak, and they have the leverage to get out there and to say things. So that right there. Now I wish you would say he jumped off the edge. You know
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying?
It's not a story. It's not a
I
story.
I agree.
That's why you haven't heard about it. You understand? Because it wasn't that. It's not that important. You understand what I'm saying?
It's not even true.
It's just people trying to get a story exactly, and trying to stir up the pot in New York. It's just with that Obi thing last year. The person that brought it out, Fred Katz, he could have brought it out that same night. No, but he waited until after the
Right,
playoff
but foreign staffer.
to
What's it?
put it out.
Staffer.
You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes it's the timing and how you do it.
Right,
You
so
know, and,
staffer.
and him doing it right,
It's not
him doing it
true.
at the time, it wasn't the right time.
Well,
It's
staffer.
dumb. Go ahead.
It doesn't mean it's not true. It means we have overcome it and worked through it right away and nip it in the bud. It doesn't mean it's not true. So him putting it out there doesn't mean it's not
No,
true. Doesn't
I
exist.
don't I don't know, Wiz. I don't know. I don't think no. I think it was a narrative that it was created because of just common thought, common practices of people.
I'm not.
You
I'm not saying
gotta
it's true.
you
I'm saying
gotta
I'm not saying we can't rule it out completely. It's definitely not true. It could
no,
be
no, no.
true,
I
but
hear
I
you.
don't
I
think it
hear
is.
you. Look,
Right.
this is what I want to say about it. Okay. I think I don't have an issue with him saying something like that. I have an issue with him saying it now when there's not enough proof or evidence to show that,
Exactly.
and there's not enough. You can't point to anything right now to say that this is the case. We're 8 games into the season, and every game that the Knicks have lost, except for the Pelican one, the Knicks were in it. In the last 3 minutes of each of those games, they had a chance to win.
Facts.
So
True.
you can't say there's nothing divisive here to say, oh, the Knicks are going through something over there. They got some internal stuff brewing. Look at what's happening. What are you talking about? So I'm with Stafford and Corey when you're incensed about it, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It's dumb. It's stupid. Right. And he said this on November 8th, right? The Knicks had just played the Clippers a couple days before, and they beat them, and they looked pretty good doing it. Even though now, I mean, the Clippers win is not looking as good as it was before, because the Clippers not looking too good. But they was playing well until they got hardened. But whatever,
Right.
that's another story. Then we play San Antonio, and they handled San Antonio. They looked like a team. San Antonio looked outmatched by the Knicks as well. They should, right? And they handled Wemby. And even when they made their run, the Knicks took that run and said, here, drop the 17 on you, and let's close the game out. You know what I mean? So they looked very comfortable. I don't know what the hell that dude's talking about. I think he saw something and said, listen, there's 4 Villanova cats on this team. They got their own little clique. You got RJ and Julius have been the face of the Knicks. Now Jalen Brunson looks like everything's shifting, and now he's the face of the Knicks. They're bringing in his people. I could see something happening there. And with how Julius gets emotional, we saw the other day that Julius had said something. I mean, Jalen had said something to Julius, and Julius kind of brushed it off. I think there's some Civil War stuff. It's easy to create that narrative, but guess what? It means nothing because there's nothing backing it. That's just basketball. People out there playing on the court, they're in the heat of the game. Something was said because something wasn't, that Jalen saw something he didn't like, or maybe he thought something should be done differently. Randle was in his mood at that moment. He wasn't feeling it, so he walked away. It wasn't even typical Randle from before where he would lash out and snap, and then we were like, look at, why is Randle? He walked away.
Right, so I'm saying his motive is suspect, right? But the baseline information may be accurate, but his motive
it's not accurate. It's not accurate, Wiz. It's not accurate.
You're not even in the
how do you back that up?
Hold on, guys. I knew this was gonna light some gasoline on this thing. My bad, y'all.
I'm not saying it is accurate. I said could be. We don't know. We're not in the locker room, so we don't know.
Yeah, anything could be accurate, Wiz. We can say Tom Thibodeau hates Obi Toppin. I don't know that's true. But
we can't say it's not accurate. We can say it's probably not true, or there possibly could be a truth to it, but we can't say it's definitely not true or it's definitely accurate.
That's his opinion.
But
it's not a fact, though.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
What was said to him.
Yeah, but Wiz, all I'm saying to you is it's not about whether or not it's accurate or not. Right now, it's inaccurate because there's no baseline or backing for it. It's too early for him to even make this type of. We 8 games in the season. How are you even going to come out and say that?
4 games ago, a month ago, he could have seen something and heard something from players.
Stop it, Wiz.
Come on, yo.
You reaching for nada.
For real.
It's irrelevant. It's not a factor to us right now. It has zero impact on the team. Our team is flourishing. All of the pros are positive, I can say. However, was there something for him to even come up with that statement?
It's called selling newspapers, bro.
I'm asking you, was there a possibility something? Yes or no? Yes, it's possible.
Okay.
But we can't say it's totally inaccurate. We can say there was something there that he saw and he was
Jesus Christ.
And now it's
look.
Not a factor.
Look, I know where you're going, Wiz. I know how Stafford and Corey feel. I'm saying, as you can see, the first thing I said was, I'm not mad that he said it. I'm mad that he's saying it now. There's even if I thought, I don't know how Julius feels about Jalen Brunson being the man over there and all his, his Villanova cats coming in, and now they're kind of changing the way the team looks. And am I going to get my money? Now they're going to give their money to Jalen Brunson. They're giving money to Josh Hart and I'm not saying that that's not a possibility that could be something, but to me, it don't matter right now.
Right.
Even that's any team that could. Any team can look at that.
But what you're saying is what I agree with. What Steph and Corey saying is it's impossible, and if that is true.
No,
So
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but I think what they're saying is the point that is no need to even make this statement. There's nothing going on to allow you to think, okay, now what's wrong with the Knicks? They got so many issues going on. Oh, maybe this is the issue. And also, why even say this? There's nothing going on right now for him to even come out and throw this bomb out there.
Man,
he threw the bomb out there for another reason.
It's a time and place for everything, yo. That's why I brought up the Fred Cat situation with Obi last year, with the whole playing time situation, and Obi got mad. But what he did, he waited until after the season to bring the story out. Why would you put out a dumb statement like that right now, 8 games into the season?
To create turmoil.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't mean that's true.
Hold on, Wiz. This was the situation when Steve Mills and other people was in the organization. We were a mess. So now there's no type of chaos or that type of ignorancy going on in the organization now. You trying to build this narrative to start BS in the locker room, regardless if
upset the apple cart.
Regardless if they wanted to pay the Villanova boys, how you feel, right? You understand what I'm saying?
But
That's
no one's
not the
agreeing with
factor
you,
right
Mustafa.
now. The factor is right now is that we, as I said before, there's guys that just came in that's familiar with each other that used to play with them in college. They're here now, and there's guys that's been here before that's together that we're trying to build a team to get somewhere. There's not the best of talent, but we are going to gel, and that's what it is.
But
I don't
guys,
know why he's trying to
I'm
make
not
this
arguing
statement
with your premise. I'm arguing with your point.
to build
That's
this
I'm not
narrative in
disagreeing
the
with your.
fan
I'm not
base.
disagreeing with
It's
anything
just
you say except
ridiculous.
one thing. The only thing I'm disagreeing with is to say maybe Corey don't know what cap means. Complete lie. It doesn't mean it's a complete lie. It means that he's bringing in information that was probably existing and maybe existed for a little bit and was rearing its head, and he jumped in it to create this unity and create chaos for us. But it's not cap. It's just
it didn't create trigger. It didn't create
no, he's
trigger
trying to.
because it wasn't a big
It's
story.
cap. It's
It wasn't
cap.
a big
Cap means
story.
lie. Okay. So
It
Corey,
It's
wasn't a big
cap.
story.
Corey,
And
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
put a.
trying to
I'm
say
gonna
to you.
put a. I'm gonna put
but
a
you don't know for
R.
a
The
fact,
only reason
Corey.
why you see us
I'm gonna put
reacting
a
right
R
now
right
is
behind the
because of how
C.
Ron brought it up.
Hold on, one at a time.
Hold on, Corey. The only
My bad,
reason
my bad.
why we are reacting like how we're acting right now because Ron brought it up. I've been saw this story. I've been seeing
Ron's
this
cap.
story. Okay.
Nah, Ron, you good.
If you ask any of my partners, especially Queen and who is in our chat, every single story I see, I posted. It got certain stories that don't even make sense for me posting. Ron gets some posts sometimes from me. That's important. You understand what I'm saying? But it wasn't a story. If it was a story, you would have been hearing most of these Knicks podcasters brought it up.
Okay.
It's
Well, don't give it time. Give it time, Staffer.
It's essential sometimes to bring these things out to show what the rest of the league is trying to do against us. It's great to unite the Knicks fan base by bringing out things like that to show, hey, when you guys hear stuff like this, you guys know they're trying to feed us in some ways. They're doing a psychoanalysis on us. They're trying to do psychological warfare, and that's okay to hear it because we get a chance to do like this and unite and go, yeah, you know what? Maybe Randle is jealous that Quentin actually going to get a bigger salary than he's going to get next year. But you know what? He don't care. His goal is win a championship. Yo, forget about the money. I want to win. Maybe that's going to be said. But so we unite around a theme that may or may not be capped. But to hear what's out there, I think it's valid to hear it. But to dialogue about it, so we can go, yes, you know what? We know our team. We see our team responding, and the fan base responding. Boom! It's almost like the Wemby scenario. Wemby said, "I didn't think the garden I thought the garden would be much bigger than this." He didn't say this garden sucks. He says, "I thought it was going to be bigger because it's almost like when I go back home.
Listen,
I remember the big tree I used to climb. I thought the tree was bigger than that, and I realized it wasn't.
And this is the thing. Hold on, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, right? And this is a key word right here. You see that word civil war, meaning war between in amongst ourselves, and that's what he's making us do right now.
No, we're not. We're celebrating.
Yes, that's what civil war is.
We're united right now.
You understand what I'm saying? He's bringing this BS.
You over there supporting it, bro?
We're
united. I'm agreeing with everything you said
about nothing. That's what he's
doing.
Well,
okay,
right
all right. Listen, this show is been a firecracker. I love it. Let's go. Yes. I mean, it's great. It's spurred some good content, some good talk. That's not why I brought it up. I'm gonna tell you why I brought it up so that we can move into the preview of the Charlotte game tomorrow and get up out of here. The reason why I brought this up is because I have a big issue with how you guys, you kind of hit it, but there's more to it. I have a big issue with how mainstream media portrays the New York Knicks. Right. I have always had that feeling. I don't like it. That's why I don't like Stephen Hader Smith. That's why I don't listen to him. I don't watch him. When people send me stuff, I ignore it. I mean, I may look at it just to know what he's saying, but I don't watch it. Right. And part of the reason why I even brought this topic up is because being that I don't watch it, I don't watch ESPN, guys. I don't watch First Take. I don't watch nothing. I used to love watching Baseball Tonight, but because I can't stand ESPN so much, I just don't watch anything, right? And so I feel like if I'm going to have a show and I'm talking about the Knicks and there's something going on out there that maybe I don't even know about because I don't watch, I got to talk about it because I know other people are watching it. A lot of people watch ESPN and a lot of Knicks fans watch ESPN. So I'm trying to tell these Knicks fans that watch this stuff and think that this is going on. Now, I know it was said on Sirius radio, but that guy is always on ESPN. So I've seen him multiple times. So I don't know if he's doubling down and saying that over there. So I'm just bringing it up because it's something that I think we need to address and talk about so we can put it to bed on our end. So if it ever comes up, we hear about it in the future. We already talked about that. That's dead. We already know we don't feel like this is a non-story right now. Now, in fairness, let me just tell you, you guys don't know this, right? But I heard that Devin Booker was not happy that Phoenix brought in Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal because he was thinking that he finally had his shot to run the team. You know, Chris Paul was out of there and he thought that they would build around him, but he would be the focal point and he would be able to take that team to the next level.
But they ain't mentioning that.
They ain't mentioning it. You know why? Because I just made it up, Corey Lee, but it makes sense, doesn't it? It's cap. It's not real. Okay, but you could think that Devin Booker would feel like, yo, I'm the man here. Now you giving all my shots to Durant. Now you bringing in Bradley Beal. Like, it's just common sense stuff that people take and make a narrative out of. Because
hey, Ron, you got me too.
I know I did. That's why I did it.
I knew it.
That's all it is.
I knew
all it is.
That's what I like. That's how the credit is, Bond.
I'm like,
that's all it is.
Read that story. Where did you read that?
I know, because it makes sense, because you could believe it.
Right.
It makes sense.
Exactly.
Yes.
And it sells papers.
Yeah, don't listen to all that, man.
Subscriptions, whatever.
We rocking right now. The Knicks are gonna be okay. They are,
and Booker
you know,
trade, right? Nicky
yeah, that's what I heard. Whereas you the second person to know.
Welcome to New York.
But that's it. I just wanted to put it out there because, like I said, stuff be happening around that I know a lot of Knicks fans pay attention to, and since I don't watch it, I felt like we should talk about it and address it in our way, so that way we can move on. It's covered. Yeah, I heard about that. We talked about it. I'll be doing that with my friends all the time. They be putting little things in our group chat, like, Ron, you heard about this with the Knicks? Yeah, we talked about it. It's good. It's a non-factor. Don't worry about it.
Nip that right there in the bud.
Yeah. Nothing to talk about here. Nothing to see here.
Sometimes when I hear these guys talk, man, sometimes you just gotta, get it's like what Bob Marley say, you could fool some people, but you can't fool people all the time.
Oh, you saying don't let them fool you? Oh, no.
You can't let them fool you, man.
Some of the time. Yeah, man.
You understand what I'm saying? So
I hear you.
All right, so you have to read between the nonsense. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, let's get off of this non-story.
Please.
I like it.
Please, man.
Let's move on. All right, so let's get to what matters so we can get up out of here. The New York Knicks, folks, tomorrow night they're back playing basketball. I mean, tomorrow afternoon, should I say 12 noon, guys. Once again, do not forget this, because you're gonna come home or you're gonna be doing something. You're gonna be like, yo, what happened to the Knicks game? I missed it. Yeah, don't do that to yourselves. The Knicks play at 12 noon tomorrow.
Eastern time.
Against Eastern Standard Time against the Charlotte Hornets.
Me and Andy are like, we're talking about 12 noon. Andy's in, where Andy at?
Well, Andy's in Poland, but Andy's gonna love it because that means Andy could watch the whole Knicks game and not have to be up at 2.
He's in the chat now.
Shout out to Andy. What's going on, International Andy? Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you.
I changed my name, Andy. I changed my little moniker there because Andy was making fun of my Ashley Inc. one. And he goes, what kind of thing Ashley Inc. one? Ashley Inc. one, where's? So I said, okay, for you, Andy, where's BK LA? Brooklyn to LA, 818.
Imagine that, guys. Look at that. 12 p.m. our time is 6 p.m. Andy's time. That's nuts. Imagine how late he got to stay up to watch these Knicks games.
I know.
God bless him.
Yeah, facts. So let me share this. Where is it? right here. Yep, that's it. Let me share this. All right, so let's get into the preview for this Knick game. Game chart. All right, so this is what we got going on here. Let me blow that up a little bit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, I got to click over here. That's why it's not blowing up. No wonder. Are we having an issue?
Likes up there, by the way, how many likes you got?
The like number is at 88 right
75.
now.
Oh,
No, I got
88.
88 on my screen. Yeah, so thank you guys for smashing that like button. Let's see if we can get to 100 before the show is out. If you haven't smashed that like button and you enjoy what you're watching, please smash it. Don't smash it just because I'm asking you to smash the like button. If you like what you're seeing, smash the like button. If you don't like it, don't smash it. It's cool.
The like button is to favor God. Smash it.
Yes. I appreciate y'all. So here we go. And shout out to D-Ras. What's going on, my brother? Appreciate you. Salute. Thanks for being here as always. You know how we give it up, man. Okay, so this is obviously, if you guys know how this Knick game, how these NBA stat charts work before a game, this is basically what the Knicks have done so far early in the season and what Charlotte has done so far early in the season. This is their stats combined. So as you can see, Charlotte is putting up 117.3 points per game. Interesting. They got a lot of turmoil over there, yet they're still scoring points. The Knicks are at 107. We're still struggling, but we're starting to play better as far as our offensive game the past couple games. So we're going in the right direction. 46.6 rebounds per game. The Knicks are averaging 50. We out-rebounding basically everybody we play. And I don't know. Maybe we didn't have the lead. I think we were tied or very close. But for the most part, I think we've out-rebounded everybody. 26.1 assists per game for Charlotte, 22.9 for the Knicks. That number is starting to go up, especially the last couple games. We've been averaging around 28 or so assists in the last 2 to 3 games. 7.9 steals per game, 8.8 steals. Look at that, guys. Getting the steals, these Knicks playing that defense. Block show, that's not really our forte. 5.5 blocks for Charlotte, 1.9 for the Knicks. Once again, I point to the fact that we got bigs that, I don't know, blocking is just not their forte. And Mitch, even as good of a defender as he's been, he alters shots. He just doesn't get his hand on to block them. I don't know what that's about, but it's what it is. Turnovers, 14 turnovers to the Knicks, 12.8. Now, I'm still happy with the fact that 12.8 is lower than 14, and 12.8 is not a bad number, but the Knicks were the Knicks had a moment where they were like turning the ball over crazy, but they've kind of calmed down. As you guys know, the other day we had 3 or 4 turnovers for the whole game. That's incredible. Yep. So beautiful thing. And then 48.2% from the field for Charlotte. So Charlotte, we can't take Charlotte lightly. They're getting them points and they're scoring comfortably. Field goal percentage, 41.5 for the Knicks. So we're still working towards that. Interesting. Charlotte is shooting 29.6% from 3, which is terrible. The Knicks, as bad as we look at how they've been shooting, 34.9% from 3, which is not bad. That's like league average. 35% is, I think, league average. We're at 34.9 right there. So as bad as we've been, look at that. And look at how bad Charlotte is. Once again, Charlotte's shooting 48% from the field. So that means they're going into the paint strong. The Knicks better really clamp down on that interior defense for us to win this game. Free throw percentage, 75.9 for Charlotte, 72.4 for the Knicks. And then finally, points in the paint. Look at what I said. You could just see that if they're shooting that bad from 3, they must be going in the paint, right? Look at that. 65 points in the paint on average. That's crazy compared to 43 points per game in the paint for the Knicks. Second chance points, 16.4 to 17.3. That's kind of a wash. And then fast break points, 14.1 to 16, kind of a wash there too. But the Knicks are getting a little bit more fast break points. So that's kind of where the game preview, as far as numbers, stands right now. What do you guys think about this Charlotte matchup? For tomorrow. Let me start with you, Wiz. What's your thoughts?
So, but based on their 3-point shooting and our tendency to let people do threes and protect the middle, it leans towards the Knicks. I think we can hold the middle tight, hold on, mid range, and let them try their 3-point shooting. So the only fear I have is them getting hot from three. But matchup man for man, I don't see anywhere on their squad that their player is better than ours. I don't see. And LaMelo is prettier player than Brunson. Brunson's a better overall player than LaMelo. Obviously, we got on center and power forward, no question. RJ, if he keeps on being the RJ has been the 6 games he's played this year, edge to the Knicks. So only place maybe Grimes, and when it comes to the bench, we dominate. So I can't see it. I see us taking care of this game with lots of confidence, especially after the games we've been playing and with the rest we've had. So a healthier, rested Julius. I'm calling this game that Knicks gonna probably possibly dominate. 10-point plus victory.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Shout out to Sherwin, because Sherwin is bringing up something that is very true, very important. The Hornets are a long team. Pause. I'm not even pausing it. Forget it. I'm sorry, Cam and Mace. It's not pausing it. They're a long team. They are what they are. The Hornets are very long. Their smallest starter is 6'7".
Yes.
Their backcourt is 6'8" and 6'9". That is wild. That's gonna be tough for Jalen Brunson and the fam out there. So Corey, what's your thoughts on Charlotte? And keep in mind, once again, before you go, Corey, I brought that up so that we can understand how this team likes to play. They do not shoot well from the outside. So they are going to live in that paint. They're averaging 65 points in the paint per game. That's a lot. So just keep in mind, that means that interior defense is going to have to be solid. Mitch is going to get tested. Hartenstein's going to get tested. So these Knicks defenders are going to have to do what they can to keep guys out of the paint. Let them shoot them outside shots. So this plays into Thibodeau's defense. We want them shooting as many threes as possible. Go ahead, Corey.
Now, with that said, brother, I'm gonna say this. I'm not worried. I honestly feel like their key to their offense is trying to get LaMelo Ball going. And I watched them the other night play Washington, and was it Mark Williams? I think that's the center from Duke.
Yep.
You know, he had a double. He had a pretty good game. 4 block shots, 12 points, 15 rebounds, something like that, or 15 points, 12 rebounds, something like that. Now I see him and Mitch going back and forth at it. I think Mitch, as well as Hartenstein, are going to totally neutralize him. What I mean, neutralize him to nothing. If he walks away with eight rebounds, he's had a great game against us. But I doubt that. It's all about fouls. As long as we can stay out of foul trouble and grab those rebounds, because I think that a lot of their interior baskets are from second chance baskets because they shoot horribly. I honestly feel like we'll dominate this game, which I think we will. And the X factor I think right now is going to be Quickly and what he does with the second unit, as well as Divincenzo, and of course RJ, because he plays a lot with them. And as long as we can attack and destroy that, I'm not worried about it at all. So, and also too, now that you said this, I have a feeling that we're gonna go on like a nice little. We already got 2 games in so far.
Mm-hmm.
I see us going in a nice little 8-game winning streak coming up, possibly. You know, that's just me personally. So.
I mean, I don't know if we could do 8, but I'm not mad at you because I kind of feel like we're gonna go on a similar type streak as well. So I'm with you on that. I think this is our time.
No less than 5 because everybody's coming back. You know what I'm saying? And as long as provided we stay healthy, and no major injuries or nobody gets hurt, and Mitch doesn't swallow a grape wrong, we'll be all right.
Well, the only thing that may impact our streak, it could stop, if that barring that they win tomorrow, is the next game is against Boston. So I think the Knicks are going to beat Boston, but Boston could stop the streak. They could win. But you know, I hear you. I hear you, Corey. Shoot, I was going to say something before I got over to Stafford. What was it? Oh no, I'll say it after Stafford goes. Go ahead, Stafford.
Listen, these matinee games sometimes is a concern for me. So when we play these matinee games, that we don't come out with the energy. And I think the last time we was on a streak, it was these same Hornets that broke our streak. I remember, I think Kelly Oubre had like 27 or something like that, and was in the Garden. So regardless of the record, we can't sleep on these Hornets. Okay, we can't play down to the competition. We have to come out with a lot of energy tomorrow. I do like that matchup with Mark Williams and Mitch. You know, I think Mitch gonna body him up. You know, so I think we win that matchup there. But we have to cut off the top person, and that's LaMelo. And I'm expecting Grimes to do a good job on him. You could only try to contain him. You can't stop him, but he'll try to do his best. So you know what I'm saying. And the other player, I think, what's his name again? The Alabama kid,
Brandon Miller.
Brandon Miller. Yeah, I watched his game. You know, I live in Charlotte here. Not Charlotte, but I live in South Carolina here. So I see a little bit of his game. You know, he's a tall, lanky player. He's good. He got a good mid-range shot, but I think RJ should be able to keep him in front of him and you know, move laterally with him when he tries to drive to the basket. So I think definitely we're gonna lock up that points in the paint and have them play into that typical Tom Thibodeau defense, as you were saying before, Ron. You know, where they're gonna try to shoot threes on the outside. So I think we dominate. I think you know, but we still got to watch that other guy, PJ Washington, because he's the next guy. Although he's small in stature, he could still play. He could still play. So you know, we can't play down to the competition. We got to come out there, rebound the basketball, play hard, play for each other. The bench got to come out. It's that second unit: Hartenstein, Divincenzo, and the rest of the guys, and you know, beat that second unit, and we should be good. You know, and try and give our starters some rest, because it's a back-to-back going into Boston on Monday. So I look for a good game tomorrow. With a win, I do believe we're going to win by 10. I'm with that with Wiz. You know what I mean? And we should come out victorious tomorrow. So let's get this one.
10 plus.
Well, we'll see, because I will say that we should win. It should be convincing to an extent, but I wouldn't count. One thing I have noticed about this Charlotte team, when they're playing the way they want to play, the way they should play, and when I say that, I mean kind of LaMelo has a lot to do with it. LaMelo struggled the first 5 or 6 games of the season. I was like, what is wrong with this dude? He's costing me money, but that's another that's another story. But anyway, the past couple games he's been balling. Last night not so much, but the games prior to games before that, putting up 30 plus points. So when he's playing that way, they do make it a little bit more difficult to stop them, and they're not out of the game. They're not giving up and folding. So they may make it a little bit more difficult for the Knicks to win and blow them out, but because they might still come back. But I think the Knicks can win comfortably. I don't think it should be an issue. I think this game is going to come down to a couple things. And shout out to Sherman once again. Appreciate your takes on this stuff. He said the Hornets backup 5 can shoot and handle. He's also 7 feet, which is an issue, but it's not an issue to me, because it looks like Mitch is different this year. He's willing to take on all challengers. And the only thing that I could say would make this very cold is if the Hornets backup lived on the perimeter all game when he's out there and stayed out there, forced Mitch to stay with him out there.
No,
Like
but we
what
got Hartenstein. We got Hartenstein.
even that, the reason why Boston was kind of able to squeak by us is because Porzingis lived out there on the perimeter and pulled Mitch out there for the whole game, which made it a little bit more difficult for us. But I'm sure that the Knicks have a better game plan when they face Boston the second time around. You watch. But yeah, so that's the only way I can say it can be a little bit more difficult, because if Charlotte is averaging 65, and shout out to Nick Yak, it's not 65% in the paint. It's 65 points in the paint. That's a lot. If Charlotte is averaging that much, if you bring Mitch out of the paint and keep him on the perimeter, they're going to kill us, right? So Mitch is going to have to figure out a way to stay in there. So is Hartenstein. This game is going to come down to the Knicks guards. So when we complain and say, why do we have so many of the same guy? This same guy better play some good defense on all them guards and small forwards of Charlotte. This is when you need Grimes to show that defense he's been showing.
Right.
Quickly's got to step up and play that defense.
Right.
And Hart has to step up and show the defense that we used to him playing in the past.
Mhm.
And Donte has to play the same defense he's been playing these past couple games, because all of these guys are taller than them. We're talking 6'7", 6'8", or they're gonna have to show that they can get in pause. They can get inside these guys and make it uncomfortable for them, so that way when they're trying to get to their spots, get their shots up, the Knicks are already, the defense is up on them and making it difficult and keeping them from getting comfortable in the paint area. Like I said, funnel them to the outside, force a team that doesn't shoot good from three to take more threes.
Quick question, Ron. We playing at home, correct?
Yes.
We playing.
Yeah, we playing at home. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the Garden.
Yeah, we waking up in our beds. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about it. You know what I'm saying? As long as we don't, no runny eggs, we're good.
But historically, Corey Lee, these matinee games we haven't been good. So that's the reason why I say we have to come out. We have to come out with a lot of energy.
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. I think because a lot of things have changed this year, going into this year, that we need to start, Knicks fans, we need to start expecting other things than what we've been used to. Stop sitting here with the same old narratives like Tibbs is Tibbs, and like Tibbs doesn't. Tibbs not evolved and hasn't changed. Tibbs has changed a lot of things with this team, especially with his offense. If y'all really been looking at this game, and it's just about the players applying what he's been teaching you, because Tibbs cannot go out there and knock down these baskets. Jalen Brunson has to run the right offense. Randle has to make the extra pass. RJ has to make the extra pass. Quentin Grimes needs to knock down those open shots that he gets. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. And also, Mitchell needs to stay on the floor, stay out of foul trouble. If Mitchell Robinson stays out of foul trouble, we should have no problem. It's about how they're going to mix it up. Because basically what you're saying is they scoring in the paint because they can't shoot. So that means that they're getting a lot of second chance shots. You understand what I'm saying? So all we got to do is grab the defensive rebound and get the ball down court. That's all we got to do.
So actually, I agree with a lot of what you said, because I do think every game is different. Like Tibbs always says, and this game is unique within itself. The guys are more mature and developed from last year. We have slightly different narratives with Donte there, bringing different energy, and even Obi had. I do, however, believe that if you forget your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So we got to learn from history that morning or afternoon, afternoon games have been a challenge for the players who are majority are the same team we had last year, minus Donte. We do have a challenge sometimes rising to the occasion on a team that we believe we should beat, unless the occasion is bigger. Like Wednesday was Wemby. It wasn't a weak Spurs team. It was a Wemby's coming to town, coming to the Garden. So we rose to the occasion, and so we do that. But occasionally we actually also fall to the occasion or lack thereof by maybe overestimating our abilities against certain teams. So this is a test for us to change the narrative about matinee games, change the narrative about playing a weaker team that there's no real any kind of hype about, and then to show that even long teams, pause, we can actually stand up against and show that no matter what, the 6'8", and above height guys against our average 6'4" team is a team that we can beat because of all the skill sets we have. And so I think you're going to win, but all those factors can be dismissed as possibilities that we need to overcome to change the narrative of what we've been perceived to be the past 2 years. So I agree with the victory, but I also agree with cautiously optimistic about the possibility that we don't get run over by some, 6'8" plus team and a matinee team and a team that we expect to beat, and that's walking there a little flat because we come in there too confident. So that's my caveat I didn't want to put out there, but we're gonna win.
Besides LaMelo Ball, who's starting over there for over Rozier?
Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I was just, I should have did this earlier, but as you guys are talking,
Brandon Miller, LaMelo, Gordon Hayward, PJ Washington, and Mark Williams.
Yep.
I think that's the starting five right there.
Yeah, I think so. Only PJ may or may not.
Well,
PJ starts.
Actually, no. Yeah, PJ starts.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me give me a second. Bear with me. I wanted to show you guys something because Sherwin been putting stuff in the chat.
Rose is out.
Theo Maladon is who they have as starting. I don't know if he is or not, but that's what they got here.
Wow.
Okay.
So we'll see. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know.
Maladon is what, a shooting guard or something?
A wing.
A wing.
He's well, they got him as shooting guard, but he's got that wing height. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
So the point is, just give me a second to get this done. But I agree that, I think that the Knicks should be fine against Charlotte. I think Sherwin's concerns are important because height is an issue. But my whole thing is Sherwin's saying that he thinks the Charlotte starting lineup is better than the Knicks starting lineup.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, let's do a comparison 1 for 1.
Hold on. As soon as it's ready, I'm gonna put it up there.
Sherwin says a lot of things. Okay, and
oh my God!
Sometimes you just have to laugh because he said a lot of things last year that was kind of ridiculous the same way. So he said even this team last year was going to be better than us. He said Washington was going to be better than us. He said the Hawks was going to be better than us. So
Well, I mean, listen. Let me say this. In fairness, it's not a get on Sherwin day. I'm just saying. In this case, let's look at it. Sherwin could be right because Sherwin has his reasons for saying something. But let's see if he has a plausible case when it comes to it. That's why I'm gonna put it up.
I don't see the experience on that team beating our team. They may have length. You understand what I'm saying? But they ain't better than us.
He was right once today. Maybe Sherwin's right more than once a day. You never know. Let's see if he was right already once. So
all right. Well, let's take a look at it now. And I'm sorry, I can't make this bigger. Like I'm gonna have to start. I've been meaning to do that for a minute, but I haven't done it yet. Like creating like a nice little template so I could start doing these game matchups. I haven't done it yet. Sorry.
You straight, Ron.
So here we go. You know what? Let me take this down and remove this banner so make it so we can see it a little better. All right, so here we go. This is New York versus Charlotte. This is what the line. This is according to like lineups.com or whatever. Who knows what's real or what's the right lineup? I don't know. But I'm just telling you this is what they got going on, and I'm just going to work off of this comparison for now. So right now you got Jalen Brunson versus LaMelo Ball. You've got Quentin Grimes versus Theo Maladon. RJ Barrett versus Brandon Miller. Julius Randle versus PJ Washington. Mark Williams versus Mitchell Robinson. So if I'm looking here, points per game, Melo's at 20 points per game. Maladon's at 5.8. Brandon Miller's at 13. PJ Washington's at 17. And then Mark Williams is at 15. Points per game for the Knicks. Brunson's at 22.5. Quentin Grimes is 7.5. RJ Barrett at 22.3. Julius Randle, who is starting to play more like Julius Randle, is at 16.5, but that number's going to go up. Mitchell Robinson's at 6.5. Might say that number's going down because he don't really get a lot of the shot opportunities as he used to in the past. Let me refresh this. Oops. Let's look at the field goal percentage. The Knicks, even though they're struggling, keep in mind they're struggling so far early. 40% from the field for Brunson, 41 for Quentin Grimes, 47 for RJ, 31 for Julius, 48 for Mitchell. Look at Charlotte, 39 for LaMelo, basically 40, 36 for Theo Maladon, 41 for Brandon Miller, 50 for PJ Washington, 72 for Mark Williams. He shoots a lot of close shots. So this is kind of a wash, right? 3-point percentage, 34 for LaMelo, 15 for Maladon, 26 for Brandon Miller, 27 for PJ Washington. Mark Williams don't shoot no threes. Mitch don't shoot no threes. That's a wash. 25.9 for Julius, 47 for RJ, 36 for Quentin Grimes, 42.9 for Jalen Brunson. Even though Jalen's been struggling, he's been knocking down them threes. You know what I mean? Rebounding, 9.9 for Mark Williams. He's been doing a great job at rebounding. 5.9 for Washington, 4.4 for Miller, 2.2 for Maladon, 5 rebounds a game for LaMelo. 12.4 for Mitch, 11.1 for Julius, 3.3 for RJ, 1.6 for Grimes, 3.6 for Jalen. Now, some people might look at this and say, overall, it is a wash because of their overall rebounding compared to the Knicks. But let me tell you something. Julius and Mitch are going to clean up those boards.
Easy.
Okay, and when the bench comes in and Hart has to get in, it's going to be another thing, whatever, and Hartenstein, all that. But we just talk about the starters.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Showing said Maladon is not starting. It's Gordon Hayward. That's what I had. Yeah. That's
okay.
That's what I said.
That makes a difference, but it doesn't make a huge difference. Let me just finish this up. That makes a difference offensively. That is fair. Okay, hold on. Assist wise, I'm not going to go down the whole level of this, but Julius is 4.9, Jalen's 4.8, LaMelo's 8.6 by himself. So whatever, they got the advantage assist wise. Steals 1.5, blah blah blah, 1.5, 1.1. I'm gonna say this is a wash. Yeah. So, but my point here that I want to make is, and let me tell you something: when you bring in Gordon Hayward, it still goes into my point. Gordon Hayward is going to improve the offense for Charlotte, and it's going to make these offensive numbers look a lot closer than they are. And therefore, to Sherwin's point, the two teams are very similar. But you know what's the big difference? Can anybody say it? Can anybody say it?
I say experience.
It's more than just experience, Stafford. That's the obvious thing, like just knowing the time. It's more than that. The Tom Thibodeau team. What's the difference?
Defense.
There you go. Defense. These two teams match up well offensively. Charlotte don't play no damn defense. The Knicks play defense, guys. The Knicks are number 2 or number 3. Like I said, I haven't checked what it is today. Number 2 or number 3 in points given up in the league. They play defense. That's going to be the difference. That's all that matters. So I don't care who Charlotte's throwing out there. They don't play no damn defense. They've been playing. Charlotte's been going up against the Wizards. I think they had the back-to-back. You see the numbers going up in those games? They don't play no damn defense. So it don't matter. It don't matter. So I wouldn't stress too much, but I hear what you're saying, Sherwin. I'm just telling you, it looks good to make easy shots when there's no defense being played. When they have to go up against the Knicks and the Knicks start clamping down, we're going to see what Charlotte really is. That young boy, Brandon Miller, looks good. I like him. We're going to see how he goes up against Grimes and Hart and Quickly and Donte. And if he goes into the lane and tries to do a floater or tries to get busy,
He's gonna get smacked. Trust
we're
me.
gonna see what happens. We gotta see what happens. That's all I'm saying.
Gonna get smacked.
Yeah, May 4th. Bridges ain't there. He's still not on the team. So
he's not gonna
somewhere.
be the league.
He's
Forever.
out.
Watching.
Book Knight is out. So yeah, all them players.
Yeah. So anyway, what you guys thought about the difference between Charlotte and the Knicks?
Plainly, we're a better team.
Well, I mean, right, that right there, the defense part right there is going to kill the game. Our defense is going to suffocate them to the point where they're going to give in. And also too, I mean, the last team that I watched them, they played Washington Friday night, and I mean, they had to fight and scrap to come back to win that game. So I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed at all.
I think center, power forward, and even side edge to small forward, we got them. And then bench wise, we really have them. So I'm confident.
I mean, as Corey said earlier, once we neutralize Williams in that paint, and we don't have Miller driving in the lane, and we definitely lock down LaMelo, and he's ahead right there. I pause, you know what I mean? So we should be able to win this game easy with our defense. And Ron said it good. That's the key right there, the defense. So, but I still got a little bit of PSD, Wiz. You understand what I'm saying? Even though I don't like the narrative, but I know these Sunday matinee games and the level of competition that we play, you know what I mean? Sometimes we don't necessarily come out with a lot of energy. So,
right.
You know what I mean? So we have to be ready regardless. It's still an NBA team. You know what I mean? We can't can't take them.
And not to say your argument is, your argument is legit, bro. And I get you, Stafford, but I'm just saying that we're gonna have to shake this curse, because years before this, we were a very good matinee Sunday. Everything used to come on NBC back in the day. We were killing people on Sunday afternoons. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I don't know. It all of a sudden this thing started. Like, I think the Knicks just sometimes it's just a whole different feeling when you have to get up early and start a game. Like everything is just different. You have to get up early. Maybe you eat breakfast, then you go out there, get your warm-up shots and all that stuff. It's just when you can play later in the night, you got so much more to kind of get going throughout the day. You're just more comfortable. It just is what it is. I don't know. Smash that like button, everybody. We had 98 likes, man. We need 2 more for 100. Let's go.
We got a giveaway going on.
Yeah, nah, man. I don't got no giveaways yet, B.
Let's auction off that jacket that he have right there.
Double check right now. Double check if we get special light button. The special light button.
What you mean? This jacket? You talking about this jacket where you gotta know the ledge, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
Auction off
that's dope. Right there. That's dope. I like that.
I can't even get right in the camera.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm trying to fix it.
Snap.
Yeah. You got to know the ledge right there, baby.
Yeah.
You see it? Got the little, you know what I mean? Nick, the SKF logo over here on the.
You know what I'm saying? That merch.
Oh, here we go.
Merch coming.
There we go. You know what I mean? Still Knicks fans on the front of the joint. You know what I mean?
Now you giving me inspirations for me and Bully.
Yeah, man. That's my favorite joint. Oh, I'm messing up my green screen. Sorry, my bad. That's my favorite number, by the way, that 18. You guys know what baseball player wore 18 on the Mets that I love so much? My favorite player.
Wait a second.
Come on, man. Darryl.
There you go, Corey. That's what I'm talking about.
You said a baseball player on the Mets. That's contradictory.
Oh, here we go. Look at this guy, man. Freaking whiz, bro.
What you still holding on? I forgot you was old enough when the Dodgers were playing, so that's why you ran to LA, right?
Brooklyn Dodgers, baby.
Oh man, yeah. 18's always been my favorite number. And it's my birthday number too. I'm born on May 18th, so that's why 18 just works.
Wow.
Strawberry, me. Come on, man. What more you want? Let's go. Hey.
Okay.
All right, I'm
Okay.
done. Watch out now. All right, I'm done. Anyway, let's see where we're at. Did we hit that?
That's smooth.
What? Oh, hell no. What we doing? We can't go backwards. Somebody took their like away. We went from 98 to 97. Come on, guys.
Come on. Let's smack
What we
some-
doing here?
There
That's
we
what
go.
y'all get for picking on Sherwin.
Oh, man. Sherwood say, oh, we back up to 98. Okay. We still missing 2. Oh, we got one more. We at 99. We need one like for 100, and I can end the damn show.
Really?
Come on, Cully. Hit that like button, Cully.
What? No, you didn't just do that. Don't tell me you just did that. Shout out to Cully, by the way. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. What is you doing, Nick Yak? Don't ever do that, man. I thought we was friends, bro. Nick Yak said Darryl was a Yankee. Was he a Met
Oh
too?
my goodness.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Wow.
Whoa, don't
Yak.
do that to me, Nick Yak.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Wow.
He won 44, the Yankee.
Wow.
Oh no, that hurts, Nick Yak.
Darryl
Oh, we
was
at
a-
105 now. Damn, y'all hit that
Yeah.
like button. Let's go.
That's what I'm
Darryl
talking
Yeah.
about.
Met. Was he a Yankee?
Yo, that hurts, Nick
If you put
Yak.
the other way around, it'll be
Oh,
okay.
that hurts.
Yeah,
Man.
man.
Ah. Oh, that hurts. That stinks. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand Darryl did win a ring with them. That's okay. And they took out Doc Gooden, and Doc Gooden got what did he get? A no-hitter with them. That's cool. But listen, they both won a ring with the Mets, and that's where they started. And if it wasn't for the fact that they loved the cocaino, they still
Yeah.
would have been here.
Exactly.
Frank Casher would not have blown that team up if these guys just didn't
man.
party as much. Bro.
Facts.
It is
Facts.
what it is. It is what it is.
Yep. True that. True that.
Our boys was reckless for real out there.
That was wild.
Oh my God, that Keith
Oh.
Hernandez and Darryl Strawberry fight was crazy.
Man.
Yeah, dude, what a team, man. You gotta love it. Crazy. Wow, some wild Coke boys out there. But anyway, sorry, that's not YouTube appropriate.
Let's go, Yanks.
Yeah, okay. Listen,
That's
now I gotta go because staff is getting into the Yankee bag.
Jet.
Yeah, look at this. Jets,
nah.
Yanks. What is going on? This
Man.
whole show's falling apart, folks.
Man, come on,
We got
stop it.
bragging
Stop
rights
it,
this
please.
year. We got bragging rights this year. Y'all thought y'all beat us.
Wow.
At the end of the
Okay.
game,
Yeah. And now they act like they won a
We
Super
had
Bowl.
the fake Aaron Rodgers came out at the last 2
Oh,
minutes.
Oh,
With that,
here we go.
yes, the fake
They
Aaron
act
Rodgers.
like they won the Super Bowl.
Yes,
The show's
did.
the show's falling off the reins, guys. It's out of control. When it gets into Yankee and Jet talk, it is over. That's how you know guys are delirious. And we hit the 4 hour and 30-minute mark. It's time to go.
Let's
Yeah, it's
go.
time to get
Let's
something
go.
to eat.
Let me just get around real quick to you guys. I appreciate y'all. Stafford Don, final words.
let
Let's
him
go,
go
Nick.
last. Let him go last. I'll go.
Let's go. Let's go, Nick.
Step up. Step up. Go
Yo,
last.
yo, Wiz, man.
Go last. We'll save the best for last.
Oh,
No.
he already going, Wiz. Hold on. I'll go to you next.
Yeah, man.
Ah,
Shout out to you see you made me forgot. Shout out to Dope Sports Nick Talk. Shout out to the Queen.
Well, you damn sure did forget. This dude's on the show. Shout out to Dope Soul Sports Talk. Go ahead, Stafford.
Wiz just messed me up, man. Shout out to the Queen. Shout out to all my guys over there. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to you, Ron. Know the Ledge. John. Shout out to him. Shout out to the chat. It's always a pleasure to be on the platform. You know what I mean? Let's get this win tomorrow. Peace out. Love y'all.
I appreciate you, Stafford. Wiz, go ahead, man. Look at this Rudy Tay. Come on, Rudy Tay.
I know, Rudy Tay. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Much respect, Stop it down, my fellow island man. Yeah, man. Boy. Real time. Yo, gotta go make me some salmon right now. Some jerk sauce on it. Some jerk seasoning on it. But I want to say thank you, Ron, man. Yo, your platform, amazing. I gotta get a cash app. I don't even know a cash app. Put the cash app again in the chat or something. I get a cash app. You drop some Benjamins over there. Maybe not Benjamins. Maybe some Hamiltons. Maybe some Washingtons.
I mean, I'm gonna do it not because you said it. I'm gonna do it because some people out there maybe may want it. So that's
exactly.
it. There it is.
Some
There it is.
Washingtons. Some George Washingtons, not some Benjamins. Washingtons. So anyway. Oh yeah, still Knicks fans. Okay. But I want to say, yo, shout out to the chat. Boy, Mega NYK, of course, Andy. Yo, man, you enjoy 6 p.m. game tomorrow, Andy. That's a good thing for you to enjoy it at a decent time. My Knicks, I'm proud of them. I'm pleasantly surprised by their performance so far in the past couple games. And I think it's going to be a solid season. I really do want a backup for both Randle and RJ. I'm still a little cautious about those guys having true backups. Other than that, I like the direction we're going in, and I see a positive trend for us. So again, most of us want to say thank you, Ron, and the chat. You guys are fire. Ron, you're funny as heck. You got to learn to dance and become a true Yankee fan. A true baseball fan. And I wish you guys all the best. Much respect to all of you, man. Much respect.
Peace, Wiz.
Peace.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you,
Corey,
Wiz.
my man. Manana.
Corey, what's your final words, my brother?
My final words. Number one, I want to say thank you, Ron, for allowing me to come on your platform and share my thoughts.
Always
And
a pleasure. Thank you for being
yeah,
here.
I want to shout out the MBK family as well as my Blorange Tears family, my brother Bully, and my man, my guys over there, Knicks Freestyle, as well as the one who lets us he opens the door for us all the time, my man Uncle Freezy, my boys over there for the love of the game, and all the other content creators and Nick platforms. Thank y'all for what y'all do. Shout out to the panel, you know what I'm saying, to my guys, you know what I'm saying, Kerry, Mega, Ribby, everybody who comes and sees us, you know what I'm saying. There's so many names I could go down the list. We'll be here for another hour, so I'm not gonna do that. But I want to say thank y'all, you know what I'm saying. I look forward to seeing y'all possibly tomorrow. And I'm not worried about us, Ron. You know what I'm saying? This you know what I'm saying? Just listen to what I say. Because you can be like, yo, Corey did say this. We're gonna be going on a nice little win streak, bro. And watch. And another thing too, Boston knows they're in some trouble because we are overdue. For that right there. With that said, y'all have a great day. I'm finna go get me something to eat and be my agreed little self. Holla at y'all.
I hear that, man. Appreciate you, Corey. So once again, guys, shout out to Corey Lee. Look for him in Boulevard, the Bully 718 Boys tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the Blorange Tears Network. So guys, once again, I appreciate guys and gals, ladies and gents. I appreciate all of y'all, man. This has been a great show. It had everything in it. We had some really good conversation. We had some heated moments because they try to talk bad about our Knicks, and we had a chance to address the haters out there. Appreciate that being able to chop it up with Wiz, with Staffer, and with Corey Lee. Thank you guys once again for being here and chopping it up with me on the show. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to all those hitting that like button, getting us to over 100 likes today, which is always special when we can get there. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the returning members in this Knick community that popped up and showed love on the show today. I can't tell you how excited. I mean, outside of everything, I'm so excited for that. Just to be able to see the familiar, people, Geraldine McIvers, the D-Rasses, the Glamour Knicks in the building. You know what I mean? Just to be able to see the people that we're used to seeing in the Knick community, but just haven't been available to be around as much because they got other stuff going on. I shouldn't say D-Ras so much. D-Ras still makes his appearances, but Glamour Knicks, you know who you are. Geraldine, what you've been busy with other stuff. May 4th popping up, and good to see May 4th back in the mix. And everybody, you know who you are, man. I'm really excited for the mix of the old and the new, people who have been here for a minute, the new people that are coming into the fray and being a part of the SKF community. Thank you guys. All the love and supporting the show. Thank you for all the generous super chats. Whether or not you you are a member of the show and click that join button, whether or not you give a super chat or whether or not you give a cash app. All of it helps the show. All of it helps the platform. I try to give back when I can. My next thing of, I don't know, maybe after Christmas or something, I'll be able to get like a new camera or get like a new mic and really help the content and improve the show. But we'll see. It takes time. I got other things that are really more important in life right now with my family and other stuff that I got to worry about first. That's more of a cosmetic thing. I'm able to provide a show for you guys without all the extra stuff, but I would like to have like an extra camera on the side to give a different angle with, maybe we can get into HD picture and stuff. And then a new mic that just can enhance the audio and the sound, just trying to make it better as best as I can. But, we take baby steps. We do what we can. We're all regular people here. So once again, thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. Tomorrow, don't forget, tomorrow at 12 noon, the Knicks versus the Charlotte Hornets. So do not think that the game is later in the day. You will miss it. And then you'll be like, oh, man, it's at 12 noon. So set yourself up to be ready for that. The good thing, the Jets aren't doing that much this year, and the Giants aren't doing, nothing at all. So if the Knicks go into football, you ain't going to be missing that much. So you can go back and forth, though. And that's pretty much it, man. Shout out to the chat once again. Appreciate all y'all. Brooklyn Buddha in the chat. Good to see you, Brooklyn Buddha. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here and rocking. Anybody else new that may have joined, shout out to y'all. Thank you for supporting the show. East Blue Drew, I see you. I appreciate you, my brother. I don't know if there's anybody else that I might have missed that may have joined late. But I thank all of y'all. Yeah, I think we got everybody. Okay. All right. So that's pretty much it, guys. So, keep supporting the Knicks. It's going to be all right. Don't let the haters get you down. You know who our Knicks team is. They Jekyll and Hyde. They're going to go up and down. It is what it is, but we're going to be fine in the end, and just keep supporting them. They'll be all right. We're seeing some really good things. So we out.